Hey Naiba, welcome back to the stream. Great to see you again. Hope you're ready to see some epic AI car races. Sure thing. Did you know that the 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air is often considered one of the most iconic American cars of its time? It's famous for its stylish tail fins and shiny chrome details. Back in the day, it was the car to have if you wanted to show off, and even today, it's a symbol of 1950s Americana and classic cool. It's almost like driving a piece of history, if history came with a super sleek design and a lot of bling. Wow, what a matchup! Hingham McCringleberry has the experience, with 19 races under their belt, but 0 wins. That's like having a ton of practice and still forgetting your lines. Amy, on the other hand, is a rookie, fresh on the track this month. Sometimes, the new blood can surprise us. My gut says Amy might have the edge just because they're starting with a clean slate, but don't count out Hingham McCringleberry's perseverance. It could go either way, but I'd put my money on Amy edging out a win for that underdog story. Alright, everyone. The race kicks off at Oran Park, and look at that. The Belescope Bime in the classic NASCAR class is starting on pole in a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. It's like watching a blast from the past hitting the gas. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Belescope Bime in second, and Hingham McCringleberry holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Hingham McCringleberry and Belescope Bime are neck and neck for second place. Jackal and Famaka are locked in a fierce fight for fourth. Nyla Totep 988 just gained a spot, now in seventh. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Vicky is closing in on the top 10. Sophie is making a move to crack into the top 10 as well. Dr. Keeps Appleway is in the 13th position, driving the 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. Looks like their race is not going as smoothly as they might have hoped. The classic NASCAR cars on this track seem evenly matched, with no clear speed advantage. The race is more about strategy and staying out of trouble than raw speed. The classic NASCAR cars are evenly matched on this track, making overtakes tough and keeping the positions pretty tight. Telescope just overtook New for Life to take the lead. They're now battling wheel to wheel for the top spot. Who will blink first? Naibe is now in 11th place. Dr. Keeps Appleway has moved into 12th. Gina Jones is now in 13th. Everyone's climbing one spot at a time. Maya is in 7th place driving a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. The race looks tight with her just behind the top 6, so she might be eyeing some overtakes soon. Vicky is driving a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, same as everyone else. Looks like she's holding steady in 8th place, not making any dramatic moves so far. Amy's car is a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, just like everyone else's here. She's currently in 5th place, so she's holding her own. But no real threats to the leaders yet. Looks like she's just cruising along for now. New for Life just overtook the previous leader and is now in 1st place. Telescope is hanging close behind, trying to reclaim the top spot. Amy has climbed to 3rd, closing in on the leaders. Vicky just snuck into 8th place. Looks like Maya and Vicky are about to have a little showdown for that position. Zoe's closing in on 10th, inching closer with every lap. Zoe is driving a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, just a bit behind the leaders. Their fastest lap is 1:26.783, so they're holding a decent pace but still trying to catch up. Jackal is climbing up to 5th place. Nyala Toatep 98 and Famaka are locked in a close fight for 6th. Nyalato Tep 98 just overtook Famaka, and now sits in 6th place. Looks like they're locked in a close fight for that spot. Maya just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Vicky and Maya are still neck and neck for 8th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 12th. Vicky just nudged into 8th place. Looks like Maya and Vicky are about to have a little showdown for that 8th spot. The classic NASCAR cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track's tight corners and short straights favor those with quicker lap times. Fastest lap shows Amy is pushing the limits, while others are just hanging on. Wow, what a surprise! Congratulations on winning the race, New for Life. Guess all those practice sessions paid off. Oh wow, New for Life. You really pulled off the victory there. Congratulations on that win, you definitely earned it. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Amy, you crushed the fastest lap. That's pretty impressive. You've earned yourself the classic 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, a true piece of automotive history. Nice job to everyone involved. This race was a thrill to watch. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, and we don't want anyone missing out on the glory of their chosen machine. Hurry and make your selection before it's too late. Wow, what a classic showdown. Scott Dixon in the Benetton B96 versus Mr. Roche in the Minardi M195B. Both cars are pretty vintage, but the Benetton B196 was actually quite a contender back in its day, known for its solid performance on challenging tracks. The Minardi, while charming and scrappy, was often more about endurance than outright speed. Given the track is the Bernese Alps Festival, with its twists and turns, I'd say the Benetton has the edge here. It's a little more refined and likely to handle the elevation changes better. But hey, in the world of AI racing, anything can happen. Still, I'd put my chips on Scott Dixon's Benetton taking the victory here. Alright everyone, Sylvie is leading the pack from pole position in the classic 1996 McLaren MP411. Let's see if he can hold on to that top spot as these AI cars battle it out on the Bernese Alps Festival track. Buckle up, it's gonna be a fun ride. Scott Dixon has taken an early lead. Sylvie is right behind him in second place. Wolf of Echo is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Sylvie has just snatched the lead, claiming the top spot. Vicky is climbing up to sixth place. Vicky and Mr. Roche are locked in a close fight for fifth. Maya and Wolf of Eco are nose to tail for third place. Vicky just gained one spot and is now in sixth. Mr. Roche and Vicky are going wheel to wheel for fifth. Max Beerley is on a roll, climbing up to 12th place. Two Bonnet DTV is also making moves, now 13. Jackal is having a tough time, dropping to 14. Gina Jones is on the move, climbing up to 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Yax in the Box and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 8th place. The F1 1996 cars are evenly matched, but the Bernese Alps track with its twists and elevation changes favors drivers with precise control and skill. The car class's raw power isn't enough without good handling here. Maya is closing in on the third-place driver. Wolf of Aco is holding firm but not for long. Amy and Mr. Roche are still neck and neck. No clear winner yet. No, just made a move up to 8th place. Looks like they're on a mission. Amy just sneaked into 6th place. Move for Life is inching closer to Mr. Roche, closing the gap by a second and a third. Vicky is climbing up to 4th place. Zero Teamliv and Jackson Davox are nose-to-nose for 9th. Scott Dixon is holding a solid 2nd, but Mr. Roche is stuck in 3rd with a Minardi. Not much room for overtaking yet, so Dixon might keep the pressure on if he stays consistent. Vicky and Wolf of Aco are nose to tail for 3rd place. Ciro Timiliv and Jack Cinderbox are swapping positions for 9th. 2 Ronit TTV and Max Barrowley are locked in a close fight for 12th. Vicky is making a move up to 3rd place. 2 Ronit DTV is climbing to 12th. Looks like some steady progress. Amy is gaining on Maya again, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Zero Teamlia just moved up 2 spots to 8th place. Necrophantasm is chipping away at Gina Jones, closing in by 1.8 seconds. Wow! Sovi, you really sprinted your way to victory? Congratulations on winning the race. Wow, Sovi took the victory. Congratulations on that win. Looks like the competition was fierce. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Scott Dixon, you've earned yourself the 1996, then a 1986 from F1996. Kyle, or 1996. Nice score. Enjoy the new ride. Alright folks, last call to pick your favorite car before the race chaos begins. Make your choice now or forever hold your peace. Well, until the next race at least. This is an interesting matchup. The Chaparral 2J is known for its innovative design and ground effects, giving it some serious agility and cornering prowess. It's basically the wild card here. On the other hand, the BRMP 154 Chevrolet has that classic racing pedigree and might have a slight advantage in straight-line speed thanks to its powerful engine. If the track favors agility and quick turns, I'd say Zaprandigan's Chaparral has a good shot. But if the race is about sheer power and straight-line speed, Matthewsaurus Rex's BRM might take the lead. It'll be fun to see how it all plays out on Goldenport today. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, Can-Am cars are roaring to life at Goldenport, and guess what? Maya here is starting on pole in a classic 1973 Porsche 91730 Spider. Buckle up, this is gonna be a nostalgic ride with some serious speed. Grande Live has shot off the line to take the lead, with Maya right behind in second place. Nox Exodus is holding steady in third, but expect some fireworks soon. Nox Exodus is inching closer to the leader, now in second place. Maya and Nox Exodus and nose to tail. No clear winner yet. HP Lootcraft is climbing up to 6th, making moves. Maya and Nox Exodus are nose to tail for second place. HP Lootcraft has just gained 1 spot to sit in 5th. Chero Roses is on the move, climbing 2 spots to 8th. Zaprandigan is driving a 1970 Chaparral 2J, known for its innovative ground effects and rear wing. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Nox Exodus just took the lead, claiming first place. Chero Roses is inching closer to N4 Life for 7th. Looks like a close fight for that spot. Zaprandigan is on a roll, overtaking 13 cars to take the lead. Nox Exodus and Zaprandigan are nose to nose for first place. Maya and Jackal are locked in a close fight for 4. Nox Exodus is climbing to the top spot. Grande Live is following closely behind. Jackal is making a move into the top 3. Chero Roses and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 6th place. N4 Life just overtook someone to take 8th. England McCringleberry is also climbing up to 9th. Looks like the race is heating up. Gyroscope is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Matthewsaurus Rex is also on the move, passing 4 cars to settle in 11th. Chero Roses and Gina Jones are locked in a fierce battle for 6th place. Sovi is on a tier, now in first place after overtaking 15 cars. Amy is right behind, climbing 13 spots to 2nd. Nox Exodus and Amy are locked in a close fight for 2nd place. Knox Exodus is holding strong at the front. Jackal just overtook 3 cars to claim second place. Prenelevy is closing in on Jackal for third. Those two are nose to tail, making it a tight fight for the podium. HP Lootcraft is gaining on Maya and closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. They're battling hard for 4th place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 8th, making moves in the midfield. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry is narrowing the gap on Vicky by 1.2 seconds. Zaprandigan is hot on Hingle's tail, closing in by 1.3 seconds. Neotexum just nudged ahead of Matthew Sourcerex for 11th place. They're really neck and neck in this little scrap. Scott Dixon and Cheryl Mziroses are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Kyroscope just gained a spot and is now in 9th. Move for Life and Kyroscope are nose to nose for 9th place. Scott Dixon and Cheryl Mziroses are nose to tail for 7th place. Move for Life and Kyroscope are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. No clear moves yet, but expect fireworks soon. The tight corners and high-speed straights at Goldenport are really shaking up the order. The faster cars are making bold moves on the straights, but the tricky turns are causing some overtaking chaos. Maya is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 1 second. Neotexum and New for Life are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. Vicky is climbing up to 12th position, making moves. Gina Jones is now in 3rd place. Krendiliv and Gina Jones are battling hard for that spot. Neotexum has moved up to 10th place. Vicky just made a bold move and is now in 1st place. Knox Exodus is not giving up easily. They're right behind in a close fight for the lead. Wow, no surprise there. Knox Exodus just took the win again. Guess they're the one to beat. Wow. Knox Exodus really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race, you totally crushed it. Can't wait to see if you can keep up that pace in the next round. Here's a fun fact for you all about the Road Atlanta short track. It's actually a part of the famous Road Atlanta road course, but specifically designed for more intense close quarters racing. The shorter layout makes the cars race a lot more aggressively, turning it into a real test of patience and skill. It's like the snack-sized version of a full race. Quick, fierce and definitely a crowd favorite for those who love the chaos. Alright, so we've got Jackal in a Ford Torino, and Gina Jones in a Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Both from 1971. Sounds like a classic showdown with some serious vintage muscle. The Torino is known for its straight-line speed and raw power, which could give Jackal an edge on a track like Road Atlanta Short, where acceleration and top speed matter. On the other hand, the Monte Carlo has a reputation for better handling and stability, which could help Gina navigate the turns more efficiently. If I had to make a call, I'd say Jackal's Torino might just have the upper hand in this race because of its power advantage, especially in a short track where bursts of speed can make or break your chances. But don't count Gina out. If she handles those corners well, she might just surprise us all. It's a close call, but my bet is on Jackal in the Ford Torino for the win today. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Road Atlanta Short Track. Pole sitter is X-Basic Switch, in the 1971 Mercury Cyclone. Let's see if that classic can hold its lead. X-Basic Switch has shot off the line into the lead. New for Life is holding second just ahead of Sovi. Looks like a tight battle for the top three already. Rampage is climbing fast into second place. Move for Life and Rampage are nose to nose for that second spot. Jackal is sneaking up to fifth place, making moves. Scott Dixon has moved up to seventh place. Cheese and Dashauer has also gained a spot, now in eighth. Okinabaka and Cheese and Dashauer are nose to tail, fighting for that eighth spot. Okinabaka advances to 8th place. Navling climbs to 10th. Unistix and Mission Man are nose to nose for 11th. Akvaithi just gained one spot, and is now in 12th place. Yamobius and Strong are nose to nose for 17th. Neotexum and Iamobius are also battling for 18th. Looks like Iamobius is juggling positions. Akvati and Mission Man are nose to nose for 11th place. Boofing in 18 is climbing up to 19th. Murderchick and Lev is making a move to 22nd. Vicky's climbing up the field, now in 24th place. Yum Chubby Panda and Vicky are nose to tail fighting for 24th. Yama Priest and I are locked in a close duel for 26th. Unistix is climbing up to 11th place. Unistix and Mission Man are nose to nose for 10. Yam Chubby Panda is inching closer to the back of the pack at 23rd. Gina Jones and Jackal are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Shron just sneaked into the top 16, climbing 1 spot. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th place. Akvaithi is inching closer to 12th. Akvaithi and Mission Man are nose-to-nose for 11th. Unistix is climbing up to 12th place. Bufin in 18 is also making moves, now in the 18th spot. Chubby Panda just overtook Vicky and is now in 24th place. They're still close together, so expect more action soon. Zap Brandigan and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for the 14th spot. Bufin in 18 is inching up to take the 17th place. Cheryl Menserosis and Bufin in 19 are fighting hard for the 17th position. Cheryl Menserosis just climbed 1 spot to 17. Ian Mobius and Bufin in 19 are nose-to-nose for 18th. T-Bone is also making moves, up 1 to 27. The NASCAR 1970 cars are holding a tight pack at Road Atlanta Short, with the Torino and Plymouth battling for position. The track's tight corners favor the more agile cars, but the Mercury Cyclones are still hanging in there. The mix of cars keeps the race unpredictable. Maya and Chubby Panda are nose-to-nose for 24th place. Vicky and Maya are also locked in a close fight for 25th. Cheese and Dashauer just sneaked into 8th place. Zap Brandigan and Hingle McCringleberry are still nose-to-nose for 14th. Bufin in 18 and Cheryl Mitsurosis are locked in a close fight for 17th. Jackal is really closing the gap on Gina Jones. Looks like a battle is brewing. Okinabaka has climbed up to 8th place. Nyavling is right behind in 9th. Things are heating up. Noob for Life is holding a slim lead over Grumpy Giraffe for 2nd place. Jackal is just ahead of Gina Jones in a close fight for 5th. Scott Dixon and Jackal are still neck and neck for 6th. Wow, look at that! SpaceX Witchix just took the top spot at Road Atlanta Short. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Nice job! Hey there, Deplorably Apple. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready to see some epic AI racing action. Sit back and enjoy the chaos on the track. Wow! Congratulations to SpaceX Witchix for taking the victory. That was a fantastic race. And they truly earned that win. Sovi, you nailed the fastest lap. You can now claim the classic 1972 Ford Torino from the NASCAR 1970 lineup. Nice work! Gina Jones, you came out on top in the bet race, so you get to claim the sleek 1971 Chevrolet Monte Carlo, also from NASCAR 1970. Well played! This has been an awesome race! Can't wait to see what happens next. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1938 Auto Union Type D. It's got that legendary pre-war racing vibe and a reputation for being a real beast on the track. The other cars are impressive, but the Type D just screams speed and power. Plus, it's got that iconic design that just looks like it means business. The others are close contenders, but that Auto Union has a certain edge in my book. Oh wow, this is a race of true classics. The Maserati 8CTF is a legendary race car known for its power and elegance. But the Auto Union Type D is a marvel of engineering with its revolutionary design and speed potential. I'd say it's a tight call, but the Auto Union might just have the edge with its superior handling and modern race car DNA. Still, the Maserati's raw power could shake things up if it gets the right run. Should be an exciting race to watch. Alright. Everyone, the race has just kicked off at Anneau du Rhin. And look at that. Maya in the 1937 Auto Union Type C is starting on pole position. Hope she remembers she's not actually racing a vintage car today. Let's see if the AI can stay in the lead or if chaos ensues. The race kicks off with Jackal taking the lead, followed closely by Maya in second and Hingle McCringleberry in third. Looks like a tight start already. Adam Flash climbs to 10th place. Adam Flash and Deplorable Apple are nose to nose for 9th. Scott Dixon and Beyond Fu Dark Souls are locked in a close fight for 13th. Scott Dixon is racing an Auto Union Type C, a classic racing machine known for its engineering and speed. He's currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top contenders. Looks like he's trying to make a move, but hasn't quite cracked the top 10 yet. Vaifuane is holding off Vicky, via Carlin, Amy, and Beyond Two Dark Souls are nose to tail for the 14th spot. Gina Jones and New for Life are nose to tail for 6th place. Vaifuana and Vicky are also locked in a close fight for 11th. Admiral Flash is driving an Alfa Romeo 12C. They're currently in 11th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack, but hanging in there. Hingle McCringleberry is driving an Auto Union Type C, which is known for its speed and agility. Looks like he's holding a solid 3rd place, staying close behind the leaders. Waifuana just overtook someone and is now in 11th place. Vicky and Waifuan are nose to nose, battling for that 11th spot. Vicky is climbing up to 11th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls is now in 13th. Amy and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 14. The Anodarins tight corners are favoring the Auto Union Type C drivers, helping them stay ahead. The longest straights might give the Mercedes-Benz W154 a chance to catch up. Beyond Two Dark Souls is racing a Maserati 8CT, a classic racing car known for its power and speed. Looks like they're in the middle of the pack and trying to make some moves. Jeanette Jones is dropping like a stone, now in 13th place. Dovey is climbing steadily, now in 7th. Deplorably Apple is also making moves, now in 8th. Sovi's got the fastest lap, but he's still in 7th. Looks like he's trying to make a move happen. Sovi is really stalking you for life now, closing the gap by a solid 1.3 seconds. Vaifuane is climbing up to 9th place, making her way through the field. Scott Dixon is also on the move, grabbing the 14th spot. Move for Life is holding a solid 6th place, but Sovi is closing in fast from 7th. Looks like a tight battle for that position. Nouveau Life is driving a Maserati 8CTF, a classic racing car. They're currently in 6th place, with a decent lap time but not quite challenging the leaders. Looks like a steady race so far. Maya is in 2nd place driving a 1937 Auto Union Type C. She's currently chasing Jackal and has a slightly faster lap time. Looks like she's pushing hard but still holding her position. Maya has just snatched the lead, claiming 1st place. Sovi is climbing to 6th, inching closer to the top. Vaifuane is making her way to 8th, slowly but surely. Deplorably Apple just sneaked into 8th place. Vaifuane and Deplorably Apple are practically glued together for that spot. Vicky is closing in on Adam Flash, shrinking the gap by a 1.5 seconds. Beyond Two Dark Souls is driving a Maserati 8CTF, which is known for its speed and agility. They're currently in the 12th place, just behind the leaders. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a bit more push to climb higher. Vaifuane is in 8th place with an Auto Union Type D. Her fastest lap is a 1:47, so she's not exactly setting the pace, but hanging in there. Looks like she's battling to stay ahead of the pack. Deplorably Apple is driving a 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154, which is known for its power and agility. Their race looks steady so far, sitting in 10th place with a decent lap time. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a warm-up for you. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was an incredible drive. Now, Sophie, since you snagged the fastest lap, you get to claim the 1938 Auto Union Type D. That car is a real beauty and a true piece of racing history. Well done, both of you. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Blackwood GP has a lot of tight turns and technical sections that require precise maneuvering. A car with good grip and agility will excel here and help maintain speed through the twists and turns. Straight line speed is important too, but overall control and stability will make the biggest difference in finishing strong on this track. Alright everyone, time is almost up. Make your final choices or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on your chance to see which AI car will dominate the track. Alright, this is quite the matchup. Yaboy Rwanda is in a 2013 Ford Mustang Boss 302, which is known for its agility and sharp handling. On the other hand, Scott Dixon is behind the wheel of a 2012 Dodge Challenger RC8, a car with big muscle power and straight-line speed. It really depends on the track. On a twisty course like Blackwood GP, I'd give the edge to Yaboy Rwanda because the Mustang's handling could allow for some more precise cornering. But if it turns into a straight-line sprint, Scott Dixon's Challenger might just have enough muscle to pull ahead. Honestly, I think Yaboy Rwanda has a slight advantage here. But it will be a close race. Who do you have your money on? Alright folks, the race is underway at Blackwood GP. Fishta Husky is leading the pack in a sleek 2011 Lexus LFA. Let's see if that pole position holds up, or if the others can catch up. Fishta Husky has taken the lead right out of the gate. Hingham McCringleberry is holding strong in second place. And I, Maya, am sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Vicky is charging through the field, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Sophie is climbing steadily, now in 4th place. Naystag and Drewa 192 Gex are locked in a close duel for 5th. Oaks Wolfie is charging through the field, now in 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Dovey is climbing steadily, now in 3rd place. 3192X is also on the move, moving up to 4th. Vicky just overtook someone to climb into 6th place. Maya and Vicky are now nose to nose for that position. Blenchicott 21 is inching closer to the top 10, moving up 1 spot to 11th. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing up 1 spot. Waffling Gotters and Global Sixel are locked in a close fight for 16th. Epic Sugar is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 18th. Vicky is climbing up to 6th place. Amy and I are still neck and neck for 7th. Justin Gilks is also moving up to 9th. Anonymous 3 is climbing to 9th place. Gina Jones is now 12th. Waffling Godders has moved up to 15th. Vicky is climbing up to 5th place. Amy is now in 7th. Justin Gilks and Anonymous 3 are nose to nose for 9th. Justin Gilks advances to 9th place. Gina Jones climbs to 11th. Waffling Godders moves up to 14th. Jackal is closing in on New for Life, shrinking the gap by 1.3 seconds. Scott Dixon has moved up 1 spot to take 20. Amin San and Zasatura are locked in a tight fight for 21. Amy just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Amin San is climbing up to 21st. Looks like the race is heating up. Oaks Wolfie is holding on to 12th place, but Flinchicott 21 is right on their tail. Epic Sugar just nudged Waffling Godders for 14th place. Evolution 154 is trying to shake off Global Sill for 18. Vicky and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Justin Gilks and I are locked in a close fight for 8. Vicky is climbing up to 5th place. Epic Sugar has moved up to 14th. Flinchicott 21 and Epic Sugar are locked in a close fight for 14th. Woeful Life is driving a 26 Porsche Cayman 6 and is currently in the 16th place. Their lap time is quite slow compared to the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Vicky is gaining on Dre 192X, closing the gap by over a second. Scott Dixon and Global Excel are nose to tail for the 18th spot. Vicky is gaining on Dre 192X, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Justin Gilks has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Epic Sugar and Waffling Godders are nose to nose fighting for 13th. Oaks Wolfie and Anonymous 3 are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. Epic Sugar just gained 1 spot, now sitting in 13th. Epic Sugar and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 12th. Wow, Fish the Husky. You really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on your win. Wow, Fish the Husky took the victory. Congratulations on that win. You clearly know your way around a virtual racetrack. And hey, let's not forget the drivers who earned some sweet prizes. Scott Dixon, since you won the bet race, you can now claim a sleek 2012 Dodge Challenger SRT8 Classic Muscle to add to your collection. Vicky, you're the queen of overtakes today, so you get to claim a shiny 2019 Ferrari Portofino. Fast and stylish, just like your driving style in this race. Great job to everyone. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in. The clock's ticking and we don't want anyone missing out on the race of the century. Get your choices in before it's too late. Alright, so we've got Sylvie in a classic Ferrari, 512B BLM, and Gina in a Ford Capri Zaxby. Both are pretty interesting choices, but I have to say the Ferrari's a bit of a legend on the track, with that V12 sound and legendary agility. The Ford Capri Zaxby, though, is no slouch either, especially in a sprint where quick acceleration can sometimes outpace outright speed. But honestly, I think Sylvie's classic Ferrari has the edge here. It's got that raw speed, the handling, and the reputation to possibly take the win. Still, don't count Gina out. She might pull a surprise if the race conditions favor that little Zaxby. Who do you think will take it? Alright everyone, Sylvie is kicking things off from pole in a classic 1978 Ferrari 512 BBLM, so get ready for some vintage speed coming your way. Sylvie has shot off the line into the lead. Gina Jones is holding strong in second place, and Ren Kaori is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Hey Raphael, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you returning for some AI car racing action. Hope you're ready to see these little machines tear up the track. Scott Dixon is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Wild Cavallona is making a strong push, now in 13th. Bunnies of Doom is also on the move, now in 15th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Maya has just moved up one spot to take 3rd place. Gina Jones and Maya are nose-to-tail fighting for that 3rd spot. Scott Dixon has gained 1 position and is now in 5th. He and Gina Jones are battling closely for 4th. Hingle the Kringleberry is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 4. Kyroscope is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 15th. Jackal is gaining ground, moving up one position to 7. Wild Cabanona is on a roll, climbing up to 11th place. Bunny's Self Doom is not far behind, making a move to 13. Jackal is having a tough time, dropping back to 21. Scott Dixon and Schoolbus Restevi are nose to tail for 9th place. Bunny Self Doom just overtook someone to climb into 12th. Amy and Gina Jones are still locked in that fierce fight for 5th. Maya is now in 2nd place. Bunnies of Doom and Wild Cabanone are nose to nose for 11th. Kyroscope climbs one spot to 13th. Hingo Ne Kringleberry is climbing to 3rd place. Amy is now in 6th. Vicky is closing the gap on Gina Jones, cutting it down by nearly 2 seconds. Kyroscope is chipping away at Wild Cabanone's lead, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. They are nose to nose for the 12th spot. Shron and Adam Flash are also locked in a close fight for 19th place. Maya is holding a steady pace at the front. Sophie just overtook Amy for 4th place. Scott Dixon is now less than a second behind, new for life. Daist Unclearly Gaming is climbing up to 14. Maya is holding steady in the lead. Amy just snuck into 4th place. Scott Dixon is climbing to 8. Schoolbus Rostefi is making a move to 10. The race is heating up. Yunus Gottlieds is climbing nicely into the top 16. Adam Flash is making a move into the top 19. Unclear Gaming is climbing up to 12th place. Kyroscope is now 13. Shoebox TV is in 14. Looks like they're all playing musical chairs. Maya is currently in 2nd place, driving a Group 5 Chevrolet Decon Monza GTX. Fastest lap so far is 1:26.582, which is pretty quick. Looks like she's closing in on the leader, but still has some work to do. Gina Jones is making a move up to 5th place. Sophie and Gina are nose to tail for that spot. Scott Dixon is closing in on Vicky, now just 1.7 seconds behind. They are battling for 7th place. Amy is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry with a 1.1 second gap. Sophie has climbed to 5th place. Scott Dixon has moved up to 7th place. Wow, Ren Kaori really took the checkered flag. Looks like all of those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Ren Kaori! You drove like a champ and took the win. Well done! And to the drivers who can claim some amazing cars, here's the loot. Maya, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get your hands on a classic 1979 Chevrolet Decon Monza GTX Sovi. You earned a sweet victory in the bet race, so the 1978 Ferrari 512 BBL is all yours. And Hingle McCringleberry, your daring moves paid off with the most overtakes, so you get the 1978 Greenwood Corvette GTX. Great racing, everyone! Sure thing. A fun fact about Trans Am racing cars is that they really know how to bring the muscle car vibe to the track. These cars are all about big engines and bold looks, making every race feel like a classic American muscle showdown. It's like watching a parade of roaring giants trying to outspeed each other. Who needs subtlety when you've got that much horsepower? Alright, so we've got Tat Nasty in a Ford Mustang and an Aerofail in a Chevrolet Camaro racing on Rouen SR. Both of these cars are pretty fierce muscle cars, but the Mustang tends to have a slightly sharper edge on twisty tracks because of its lighter weight and better handling characteristics. The Camaro, on the other hand, usually shines with more raw power in straight lines. Considering the circuit in their cars, I'd give Tacnesty a slight edge because the Mustang's agility might help navigate those tricky corners a bit faster. But don't count a Aerofail out just yet. If the Camaro can use its power correctly, it might just outpace the Mustang in straight sections. It's definitely going to come down to driver style and how well each AI manages the turns. My gut says Tacnasty's Mustang has a slim advantage for this race. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Rouen SR. Gina Jones in her shiny 2021 Ford Mustang is starting on pole position. Let's see if she can hold that lead or if the AI cars have other plans. Gina Jones has shot off the line to take the lead. Chozenskost is holding strong in second place. Scott Dixon is currently in third trying to keep up. Chozenskost is now in first place. Amy and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for third. Tukins Flora is climbing up to sixth. Maya is holding steady in fifth place. G Maxiate is closing in on the top six. Inga Kringleberry is just behind the top 10, trying to make a move. Vicky is climbing fast into 7th place. Druerfals is also making moves, now in 12th. Gemaxite just gained one spot, now in 6th. Gemaxite and Tukins Flora are nose to nose for 5th. New for Life is climbing up to 7th place. He's Basic Switch is closing in on Vicky, cutting the gap by a second. Tacnasty is moving up to 14. Tacnasty and Ayarafail are nose to nose for 13. Ayarafail is in 14th place with a Chevrolet Camaro. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. G-Maxite and Toucan's Flora are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry and I are still locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Sylvie is climbing up the field, grabbing 15th with a smooth move. G-Maxite is holding on to 5th place, but Toucan's Flora is right behind, looking for a move. Hingle McCringleberry and I are still neck and neck for 10th. No clear winner yet. No life. Just overtook someone to take 8th place. Xbasixvich is closing in on 7th. Maya is climbing up to 8th, leaving some room behind. Jackal is charging through the field, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Iafa 8 is climbing steadily, now in 10th place. Neotexum is also making moves, now in 14th place. Gina Jones is leading the race in a 2021 Ford Mustang, starting from the 1st position. Her race looks smooth so far, holding on to the top spot without much trouble. Scott Dixon is driving a Chevrolet Camaro and is currently in 3rd place. His race looks steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Hey there, Everlasting Apex. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some high-speed AI car chaos. Sit back, enjoy the race, and maybe roots for a winner or two. The tight corners of Rouen are making overtakes tricky, and the pack is staying pretty close, so expect some surprises as drivers push their limits. Amy is holding a steady 3rd, but hasn't shown much speed so far. Looks like he's just waiting for a mistake or a clear shot at overtaking. Jackal is currently listed with a lap time of 99 minutes and 99 seconds, which suggests they are either disconnected or not actively racing right now. Their race seems to be at a standstill or abandoned. J-Maxite is stuck at 7th place with a lap time of 99.99, which means they haven't set a valid lap yet. Looks like they're having trouble finding their pace. Amy is holding a solid 3rd, but needs to pick up the pace if he wants to challenge for the top. G-Maxite just overtook Vicky and now they are side by side for 15th place. Looks like G-Maxite is determined to climb higher. G-Maxite is holding firm just ahead of Vicky, but expect some fireworks soon. Amy's pushing hard but still in 4th, trying to catch the leaders. Fastest lap shows he's got the pace. Just needs a better position. Wow, Chosenskos took the checkered flag at Rouen-les-Essarts. Looks like someone's got the magic touch. Well done. Wow, Chosenskos did it! Congrats on winning the race, you were absolutely crushing it out there. And hey! Great news for the drivers who can claim some sweet rides. Maya, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get a 2021 Ford Mustang Trans Am. That's a pretty slick way to make your mark. And Rafael, you came through in the bet race, so you're taking home a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro Trans Am. Nice work! Who's ready for the next round of high-speed chaos? Alright everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't chosen your car yet, better get on it or you might end up with the slowpoke of the race. Hurry up and make your pick before it's too late. Well, this is quite the race setup. The 2009 Neo concept. Neo 4 RC that Nebu for Life is driving. Sounds like a charming old-timer, but probably not as quick as the more modern Praga R1 that Unstable is behind the wheel of. The Praga R1 is known for its agility and race-winning potential, so I'd put my money on Unstable taking the lead here. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Maybe the Neo will surprise us all with some vintage charm. Alright everyone, the race is kicked off at the Forley Ring Indy track. Ultralights class with Niveau for Life on pole, blazing with a 2009 year of concept, Neo 4 RCA. Let's see if they can hold that lead. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Unstable in second, and Neotexum in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Unstable is now in first place. Sovi and Riswachindio are battling hard for fourth. Jackal is climbing 2 spots to 8th. Jackal and Gina Jones are neck and neck for 7th. Sovi just overtook someone to take 4th place. Looks like the battle for 4th is heating up between Sovi and Riswachindio. Kufo is climbing up to 8th place, inching closer to the top 10. Zerk Gaming Gate is climbing up to 5th place. Hinglemy Kringleberry is now in 10th. Bethrelena has moved into 13th. Sovi is gaining on Neotexum, closing the gap by another 1.2 seconds. Their Gaming Gate is right behind, Sovi cutting the distance by a full second. Jackal and Kufo are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Sovi and Neotexum are nose to tail for 3rd place. Vicky is climbing up to 14th. Baco Grande is making a move to 21st. No for Life has just taken the lead, claiming the top spot. Unstabil and New for Life are nose to nose in a fierce fight for 1st. Their Gaming Gate is climbing steadily, now in 4th place. Unstabil is now in 1st place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 7th. Jackal has climbed to 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place. Gina Jones is making a move to 7th. Bethraline is advancing to 13th. The race is heating up. Jackal is climbing to 8th place. Vicky and Amy are nose to nose for 14th. Grampy is advancing to 19th. Maya is climbing up to 10th place. Vicky is now in 14th. Looks like the race is heating up. Starbucks is in 20th place driving a Renault Clio 4 Airs Cup Toddy. The race looks pretty tight for them, but they haven't made any moves yet. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move up to 5th place. Dovey is right behind him, both fighting hard for that spot. Jackal and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 7th place. No room for error there. Sophie and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 5th place. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 9th. Gerloff Diamond is also on the move, up 1 to 22nd. Sophie is climbing up to 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Sophie are nose to nose for that position. Their Thraline is also making moves, now in 12th. Gerloff Diamond is climbing to 20, and Bacho Grand is catching up to 22. Vanone 1857 and Rinok T4 are nose to nose for 23. Sunboard Boy is gaining on Alwyn Storm, closing the gap by 1 second. Bacho Grande and Grampy Jerf are neck and neck for the 21st spot. Kilo Juliet Del and Van Noen 1857 are also fighting hard for the 24th position. Wow! Unstabil just took the victory? Looks like they really knew how to steer their way to the top. Congratulations on the win! Wow. Unstable really pulled off an impressive win today. Congratulations. You definitely earned that victory. And Hingle McCringleberry, you did an outstanding job with the most overtakes. You're now eligible to claim the 1996 Osella PA20 BMW Ultralights. Well done! Looks like it's time to see who will claim that shiny new ride. Sure thing. Did you know that vintage ultralights racing cars are often so lightweight and nimble that they sometimes feel more like flying objects than traditional race cars? It's like watching a tiny spaceship zoom around the track. Just imagine how those little speed demons must feel like they're on a turbocharged joyride every time they hit the gas. Ooh, this is a nostalgic showdown for the ages. Scott Dixon's got that vintage charm with the Chinook Mark II, but let's be honest, it might be more of a collector's item than a racetrack beast. Meanwhile, New for Life's Nissan R380 A2 looks like it's ready to tear up the tarmac at Knockhill. Given the era and the design priorities, I'd put my chips on New for Life for the win just because that Nissan has likely got a more aerodynamic edge and better speed potential. But hey, with AI racing, anything's possible. It could turn into a surprising underdog story. Let's see how this plays out. Alright folks, the race is off at Knockhill, and leading the pack is Deplorable Apple in a classic 1972 Lola T290. That vintage beauty sure knows how to make an entrance. Let's see if it can hold the lead. Deplorable Apple is leading the race right now. Scott Dixon is in second place and Gina Jones is holding on to third. Looks like a pretty solid start for those three. Maya and Strutting Jarl are nose to tail in 5th place. Trifonanity 3 just overtook someone to climb into 8th. Ixajax is making moves, now in 11th. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are locked in a tight fight for 2nd place. Maya has just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th. Screwchamp is also climbing up 1 position to sit in 6th. Maya is slicing through the track, closing the gap on Low for Life by over a second. Amy is climbing up to 9th place, making moves. Hingle McCringleberry and Ixajax are locked in a fierce duel for 11th. Ixajax is driving a 1966 Porsche 906, which is known for its agility and lightweight design. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but need to pick up the pace to move up. Zerk Gamingate is driving a 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. They're currently in 14th place, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Scott Dixon is holding a solid second, but Move for Life is right behind in fourth. Looks like Dixon might need to pick up the pace if he wants to stay ahead. Just Pancakes is climbing to 11th place. Ixajax and Just Pancakes are nose to nose for 10th. Jackalula is making a move to 13th. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing up 1 spot. Strutting Jarl has also gained 1 position and is now in 6th place. Scrooge Champ and Strutting Jarl are nose to nose, fighting for 6th place. Nouveau Life is dropping like a stone to 17. Strutting Jarl is right behind at 18. Scrooge Champ is climbing up to 5th, making some moves. Maya is closing in on Gina Jones, chopping the gap down by 1.4 seconds. Just Pancakes is climbing up 1 spot to 9th. Senyahima and Sir Kemingate are locked in a tight duel for 13th. Senyahima is climbing up to 13th place. New for Life is gaining on Vicky, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. The vintage ultralights are tightly packed, showing the track favors their agility and lightweight design. The mix of classic models keeps the race unpredictable and lively. Maya is driving a 1966 McLaren M1B, starting from 6th place. She's currently in 4th, so she's gained a couple of spots, but still has some work to do. Her fastest lap is 10.614, which is decent but not quite enough to challenge the top 3. Ixajax is gaining on Just Pancakes, closing the gap to just a second. Strutting Jarl is right behind New for Life, cutting the distance by 1.5 seconds. Sylvie is driving a 1967 Nissan R38002, which is known for its sleek design and impressive speed. Their race seems to be a bit shaky, currently in the 17th place, and struggling to keep up with the leaders. Scott Dixon is holding a narrow lead over Deplorably Able at the front. Hinga McCringleberry and Ixajax are nose to tail for the 10th spot. The vintage ultralights are tightly packed, showing the mix of classic cars and the track's challenge. The Chinook Mark II and Porsche 909 are holding strong, but the Lola T290 and McLaren M1B are battling for position. The track seems to favor a mix of agility and power. Gina Jones is creeping up on Deplorable Able, closing the gap by just over a second. New for Life is gaining on Sovi, closing the distance by 3.5 seconds. Things are heating up at the back of the pack. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. Guess the race was just waiting for you to show up and claim it. Wow, Scott Dixon really took the checkered flag. Big congratulations on the win, Scott. You've definitely earned that victory. And for those special cars up for grabs, Gina Jones, with the fastest lap, you can claim the vintage 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. Nice speed. Jekyll, with the most overtakes, you also get the vintage 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. Seems like you two will be racing in style next time. Sure. Did you know the 1952 Jaguar C-Type was actually built to dominate the famous 24 Hours of Le Mans? It was so successful that it won the race 3 years in a row from 1951 to 1953, making it one of the most legendary race cars of its time. And all that racing glory was thanks to its innovative lightweight aluminum body and a race-tuned version of Jaguar's X-Coney 120 engine. Basically, it was the British speedster that could outdrive most modern cars in a blink. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown on Biker Big Ring. Hingle McCringleberry is behind the wheel of that gorgeous 1959 Maserati Tipo 6061 Birdcage. That car is practically a work of art from the golden age of racing and known for its lightweight construction and agility. It's like the ballerina of race cars. On the other side, Crazy Sweetbutt is racing the 1955 Maserati 300S sports car icon, with a slightly more robust build and a bit more raw power. Considering the track and these machines, I'd say Hingle has the edge in agility and finesse. So, my gut says that the Birdcage might just slip through the corners better and maybe pull ahead in the end. But hey, with these vintage beauties, anything can happen. Stay tuned and let's see which one leaves the others in the dust. Alright folks, Vicky's kicking off from the pole in her sleek 1957 Ferrari 250 Testarossa. This classic beauty is setting the stage at the Biker Big Ring. Let's see if that vintage charm can outpace the tech. Vicky is leading the race, followed by Icar 77 in second place, and Platigami holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Gina Jones and Crazy Sweetbutt are going wheel to wheel for 5th place. New move for life. And Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 6th. London just sneaked up 1 spot to 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 3rd place. Gina Jones is now in 5th. Iganerite is inching closer to the top, moving to 11th. Iganerite and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 10th. Merchigan Live is on the move, climbing up to 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Stankit is also making progress, moving up 3 spots to 17th. Jackal has gained 1 position, now in 11th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. Lady Gammy and Gina are nose to nose for that spot. New for Life and Crazy Sweetbutt are also locked in a close fight for 6th. Lady Gammy is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. New for Life advances to 6th place, also up 1 spot. Iganerite moves into 11th position, climbing 1 spot as well. Pondon just overtook someone to take 7th place. Frankfurt is also climbing up to 8th. Hermit Media is making moves to 11th. Hermit Media and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 10th. Hermit Media is climbing up to 10th place. Jackal and Egenerate are nose to nose for 12th. Indigo Pete and Chicken Light are locked in a close fight for 15th. Indigo Pete just sneaked into the top 15. Stankit and McChicken Live are nose to tail for 16th. Amy and Rosars are locked in a close fight for 20th. Frank Werdy is closing in on Pondon, cutting the gap by a full second. Jackal and Degenerate are locked in a fierce fight for the 12th spot. Stankit is climbing up the field, moving one place forward to sit in 16th. Jackal and Degenerate are nose to tail for 12th place. Amy just gained one position and is now in 20th. Rose, Zaurus and Amy are also fighting hard for 20th. Rosaurus is driving a 1952 Jaguar C-Type, a classic racing icon known for its sleek design and agility. They are currently in the 22nd place, so the race might be a bit of a struggle for them today. Merchican Live and Stankit are neck and neck for the 16th place. Maya just gained one spot and is now in 21st. Singoshi is chipping away at Rosaurus, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Rosaurus just climbed one spot to take 21st. Maya and Rosaurus are still neck and neck for that position. Singoshi is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by 1.7 seconds. Hermit Media is climbing nicely into 8th place. Amy has gained one spot and is now in 19th. Looks like Amy and someone are nose to nose for 19th. Someone just gained 2 spots and is now in 18th place. Maya and Rosaurus are nose to tail for 21st. Singoshi is inching closer to Maya and has cut the gap by a second and a third. Congratulations, Vicky. Looks like all those laps paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow, Vicky really came out on top. Congratulations to them. That was an impressive race. Now, as for the lucky drivers, Hingle and Kringleberry, you've snagged a 1959 Maserati Tipo 6061 Birdcage. That's quite the classic. Make sure to claim your prize before someone else sneaks in and tries to steal it. Sure thing. The 2018 Holden Commodore ZB is actually a bit of a mystery because it was the last of its kind before the whole model was retired in Australia. It was built in Australia, but then replaced by the imported Opel-based models from Europe, which didn't quite have the same local flair. So, you could say it's like the end of an era in Australian car history, all wrapped up in one sleek package. Ooh, this is quite the matchup. The Holden Commodore ZB from 2018 is known for its balanced handling and reliability. But the Ford Mustang from 2019 is all about power and speed. If it's a straight line race, I'd give a slight edge to the Mustang because of its horsepower. But if the track favors agility and cornering, the Commodore could surprise us. Honestly, I'm leaning towards the Mustang because those American muscle cars are pretty fierce that don't count out the Commodore's steady handling. This could go either way, so I'm excited to see who takes the win. Alright folks, the race is underway at Interlagos and Akvathi is starting on pole, in that shiny 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead, or if the AI cars have other plans. Akvathi has shot to the front, leading the race. Vicky is holding strong in second place. Bazamate Fin 283 is hanging on in third, but expect some action soon. Vicky has just taken the lead, moving into first place. Akvathi is right behind her, both battling for the top spot. Ingle Kringleberry has climbed to 8th, making some progress. Jackal is on a tier, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ariel Serial is gaining ground, moving into 5th. Catgirl TM is also making moves, now in 8th after a couple of overtakes. Cloudy just moved up 1 spot to 13th place. Cloudy and Cap Holster are nose to nose for 12th place. Scott Dixon and I are locked in a close fight for 14th place. Gina Jones is currently in the 20th place with the 2013 Holden Commodore VF. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Cap Holster is driving a 2015 Ford Falcon FGX. They're currently in the 12th position, so they're holding steady but not making much noise. Amy is currently in 21st place driving a 2013 Nissan Altima. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the pack. Arayu Serial is now in 4th place climbing 1 spot. Lotusos has gained 2 spots and is now in 5th. Jackal and Sovi are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th place. Catgirl TM is climbing fast into 6th place. Lotusos and Catgirl TM are nose-to-tail for 5th. Crazy Sweetbutt and Vanon 1857 are locked in a close fight for 9th. Blazenic Vint 183 is making a move up to 2nd place. Akvati and Balsamic Vint 183 are nose-to-nose for that 2nd spot. Jekyll is climbing to 6th place. Dina Jones is driving a 2013 Holden Commodore VF and currently sits in the 20th place. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Hingle McCringleberry and Crazy Sweetbutt are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Gina Jones and Pumpkin Glory are locked in a close fight for 17th. Vicky is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. Arayu Serial is now in 3rd place climbing 1 spot. Akvaiti and Arayu Serial are nose-to-nose fighting for 3rd. Vanona 1857 is also making moves up 1 spot to 8th. Crazy Sweetbutt is climbing up to 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 9th. Pumpkin Flurry is narrowing the gap to Deplorably by 1.6 seconds. Lotusos just overtook someone to climb into 4th place. Akvati and Lotusos are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for 4th is heating up. Catgirl TM and Jackal are nose to tail for 6th place. Crazy Sweetbutt just gained 1 spot and is now 8th. Gaudi also moved up 1 spot and is now 11th. Balsamic Vint 183 is in 2nd place and holding the fastest lap. So he's definitely pushing for the win, or at least a podium. Maya is in the 18th place with a 27 Holden Commodore VE. Not the newest ride, but still hanging in there. Looks like a steady race, but she's a bit behind the leaders. Cap Holster advances 1 spot to 12th place. Scott Dixon and Sylvie are nose-to-nose for 13th place. Deplorably Apple and Scott Dixon are fighting hard for 14th place. Jackal is climbing up to 5th place. Akvaiti and Jackal are nose-to-nose for that position. Scott Dixon is making a move, now in 13th. Sovi is driving a 27 Holden Commodore V. Their race looks rough with the slowest lap of 1 minute. 45 seconds, which is the slowest among the top 20. Wow, Vicky. Looks like you just proved you're the fastest on the track. Nice job. Wow, Vicky really revved up and took the win. Congratulations on that epic victory. As the winner, you get to claim the 2019 Ford Mustang with that roaring V8 engine. I hope you're ready to give that beast a good home. Well done. Probably has the edge on the Sochi Autodrome bike. It's the newest and likely the most advanced in terms of technology and aerodynamics. The other cars are fantastic, but in a race like this, I think the Saab R might just have that extra bit of modernity and speed to pull ahead. Of course, it's all about driver skill, which in this case is AI, so maybe they'll surprise us all. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make sure you pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which AI racer will come out on top. Hurry up and choose wisely. This looks like a showdown of style versus substance, doesn't it? The Toyota FT1 GTE is known for its reliability and balanced handling, but the Ferrari 488 GT has that instant horsepower appeal and a reputation for speed. Given Sochi's tricky turns and long straights, I'd say Sovi's Ferrari might have the edge with its raw power. But hey, Amy's Toyota could surprise us with some clever maneuvering. It's a close call, but if I had to pick, I'd lean towards Sovi in the Ferrari. Just so you know, I'm probably wrong and Amy might pull off an upset. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Sochi Autodrome, and Amy is starting at the front in the GTE class driving a 2018 Toyota FT1 GTE. Let's see if she can hold that lead, or if the others will catch up. Right at the start, Amy is leading the pack, with Sophie, right behind her in second place. Gina Jones is holding on to third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Vicky and Gina Jones are nose to tail for third place. Nexa Romaval and Mil for Life are fighting hard for fifth. And now, Maya is closing in on Nexa Romaval for sixth. Things are heating up. Brando Booster is making a move, climbing 3 spots to reach 16. Maya is gaining ground, moving 2 places forward to 5th. The race for 4th is heating up with Maya and Vicky locked in a close fight. Stephen Brinkley and Jackal are nose to tail for 10th place. Bobardo just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th. Bobardo and That's Alti Serena are locked in a close fight for 13th. That's Alti Serena is driving a 24 Nissan 350 ZGT 300. They're currently in 12th place, so they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing to 6th place. Ingle McCringleberry and I are nose to nose for 5th. Nexa Romaval is sneaking into 8th place. No life. Just overtook someone to climb into 6th place. Scott Dixon is inching closer to Pate. Nexa Romaval and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 8th. Nexa Romaval is climbing up to 8th place. Okinabaka and That's Alti Serena are still nose to nose for 12th. Hermit Media is advancing to 14th. Hermit Media is climbing to 13th place. Brando Booster is advancing to 14th place. Rome Spider is moving up to 16th place. Zoe and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 4th place. Scott Dixon and Nexa Romaval are nose to nose for 8th. Jean McSide and Lynn Lilac are nose to tail for the 19th spot. Lynn Lilac just nudged ahead, but it's a close fight. Okinabaka is in a Gillette Vertigo, a lightweight French sports car known for agility. They're currently in 11th place, so they're holding steady but haven't made any big moves yet. Maya is driving a 2019 BMW M8 GTE. She's currently in 6th place, which is a solid mid-race position. Looks like she's holding her own among some tough competitors. Nexa Romaval and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for 7th place. That's Alti Serena and Stephen Brinkley are locked in a close fight for 11th. Nexa Romaval is climbing nicely into 7th place. That's Alti Serena is making a move into 11th. Minamai Styler 21 is creeping up to 17th. Looks like everyone's on the push today. G-Maxite is driving a 2005 Spiker C8 Spider G2R. Looks like they're stuck in a pretty slow section with no lap times recorded, so their race might not be going smoothly. Nick Romaval is driving a 2012 Aston Martin Vantage GTE. They're currently in 7th place, with a fastest lap of 2:17.157, which is pretty solid. Looks like they're holding their own in the midfield. Scott Dixon is now in 8th place. Inga McCringleberry and Scott Dixon are battling closely for that position. Romspeider has moved up to 15th place. Jackal is driving a 2016 Ford GT-LM GTE. They're currently in the 8th place, and their fastest lap is just under 2 minutes and 19 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. New for Life is gaining ground on Vicky, and now the gap is shrinking fast. They're nose to tail for 5th place. This is getting interesting. Nektar Romaval climbs to 6th place. Nektar Romaval and Vicky are nose to nose for 5th. Hemit Media is chipping away at Stephen Brinkley's lead, now just over a second apart. Wow, Amy, you really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Amy. Congratulations on winning the race. You really drove that car like you stole it. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a prize, Maya, you've got the fastest lap. So you can take home the sleek 2019 BMW MHE TE. And Amy, since you clinched the win in the bet race, you can claim the stylish 2018 Toyota FT1. Genie, nice job to both of you. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get it done before the race kicks off. Don't leave me hanging here wondering who's rooting for which machine. Well, this is quite the interesting matchup. Deplorably Apple is in a 2009 Peugeot 908 HDI FAP, which, while a solid racing machine, is more of an endurance race car than a nimble track star. On the other hand, Gina Jones is behind the wheel of a 2009 Lola Aston Martin B0960, a car that was built with a focus on agility and speed on the track. Considering the car's specifications and their racing pedigree, I'd lean towards Gina's Lola. It's likely to handle those tight corners and high-speed straights a bit better. But with AI driving, anything's possible. and sometimes the underdog surprises us all. So, get ready for an exciting race, and maybe a few unexpected turns. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and leading the pack is the Nonstop in the pole position. They're piloting a 29 Mazda B0986 in the LMP 900 class. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Nonstop has shot to the front, taking the lead right out of the gate. Amy is holding second place, trying to keep up. Jackal is in third, hanging on but already a bit behind the leaders. Running 69 just made a bold move, climbing 4 places to 15. Hamid Media is on a tier, overtaking 5 cars to land in 18. Deplorably Apple nudges up 1 spot to 5th. The race is heating up nicely. Roger Bear 302 is climbing to 12th place. Blind Sheko 21 is making a move to 18th place. LXEXELX is advancing to 22nd place. Hingle McCringleberry and Vicky are nose to tail for 7th place. New for Life and Sovi are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Someone and Random 69 are battling it out for 15th. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to 4th place. Gina Jones is now in 8th. New for Life is sneaking into 10th. Blanky Frankie is climbing up to 16th place. James Mayo is making a move to 21. Both pushing forward. The LMP 900 cars are dominating with consistent speeds and overtakes, while the GTE class is more spread out and slower overall. Atlanta's tight corners favor the prototype's agility, giving them an edge. Vicky and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 6th place. No for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. James Mayo and G Maxiet are battling hard for the 20th spot. Deplorably Apple is climbing nicely into 3rd place. Gina Jones is making her way to 7th. James Mayo is creeping up to 20. Looks like the race is heating up. The track's tight corners and quick chicanes are favoring the more agile cars, keeping the top spots close. Fast laps are mostly from cars with good handling. Maya is in 6th place with a best lap time of 1:18.897. The car is a 23 Panos LME01 Roadster S. The race looks competitive, but she's holding her own just behind the top 5. Brandon Boosters Ford GTLM. GTE is struggling with pace, currently in 20th place and over a second slower than the leader. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Jacko and Deplorably Apple are nose to nose for third place. New for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for ninth. Flingshot 21 is climbing 2 spots to 16th. New for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail in 9th place. James Mayo just gained 1 spot and is now in 18th. Roger Bar 302 is in a 2019 BMW M8 GTE, sitting in 12th place. The race looks steady for now, with a lap time of 1:17.567. No major moves yet. Wow, Morning Starsel really pulled off a win. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done! Wow, congratulations to Morning Starsel. They really showed us how it's done out there. Great racing all around. But especially to the winner for taking the checkered flag. And a huge shout out to Deplorable Apple. You not only won the bet race but also managed to do the most overtakes. That's some serious skill in a virtual track. You can now claim that sleek 2009 Peugeot 908 HDI. FAP, enjoy the ride. And I'll be expecting some of those overtake moves in your next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2021 Ford Mustang might have the edge on the Laguna Seca vintage circuit. Mustangs tend to have that combination of agility and power that's pretty handy on twists and turns. The Camaro is no slouch, but I bet the Mustang's got a little more finesse for those sharp corners. It'll be a close call, but I'd put my money on the Mustang just barely edging out the Camaro. Oh, this is a fun matchup. Scott Dixon in a Ford Mustang versus Hingle McCringleberry in a Chevrolet Camaro. Both cars are pretty powerful and have their own quirks. But given Laguna Seca's mix of sharp turns and fast straights, I'd say the Mustang might have a slight edge. It's known for its agile handling and strong performance on twisty tracks. The Camaro is no slouch either. But I think Dixon's driving style combined with the Mustang's characteristics could push him into the lead. Still, it's racing, so anything can happen. Who do you think has the advantage? Alright folks, the race is underway at Laguna Seca Vintage. Scott Dixon is starting on pole, steering a shiny 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class. Let's see if he can hold that lead. Hingle McCringleberry has taken the lead right out of the gate. Scott Dixon is holding steady in second place, and Quiz 44 is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a classic start with a bit of everything. Scott Dixon is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. Quiz 44 has moved up to second place. New for Life is climbing into fifth. The race is heating up. Hingle Kringleberry is really having a rough time, dropping 20 places to 23rd. Gina Jones is climbing steadily into third place. Soviet is also making progress, moving up 2 spots into fourth. Hingle Kringleberry is on a roll, climbing from way back to take the lead. Quiz 44 is right on his tail, making it a close fight for the top spot. Trifonunity 3 and Jerk Plays are neck and neck for the 19th position, keeping it interesting back there. Hingle Kringleberry is really having a rough time, dropping back to 23rd. Quiz 44 is now in the lead, inching closer to victory. Scott Dixon is also climbing up to second place, making the top 3 quite competitive. Just Panchakis is climbing to 15th place. Jarek Plays is making a move to 17th place. Sir Aurelia is advancing to 19th place. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Sovi is climbing to third place. Jackal is now in fourth. New for Life is knocking on the top 5 door. Jackal is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class. Looks like they're holding steady in fourth place, probably just waiting for an overtake opportunity. Maze is sticking close behind Flinchik Hot 21, trying to find a way past. Pyramid Media and Jerk Plays are nose to tail, no room to breathe. Hingle Kringleberry is closing in on Renock T4, cutting the gap steadily. Flinchik Hot 21 just moved up to 8th place. Amy is closing the gap on Maya by 1 second. They are locked in a tight battle for 9th place. Stabby Killums just gained a spot and is now in 17th place. Jerk Plays and Stabby Killums are nose to nose for the same spot. Hingle Kringleberry is closing in on Renock T4, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Flinchik Hot 21 is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 4th. Hingle Kringleberry is closing in on Renock T4, chipping away at the gap by 6 seconds. Stabby Killums just moved up 1 spot to 16. Jerk Plays is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 15. Jackal is gaining ground 2 spots to 3rd. New for Life is also moving up 2 spots into 4th. Hingle Kringleberry is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro and currently in 2nd place. He's just behind Quiz 44 and seems to be closing the gap. Looks like he's got a shot at the lead if he keeps this pace. Krishk is gaining on official Classy Live, now just 1 second behind. Hingle Kringleberry is closing in on Renock T4, cutting the gap by over 3 seconds. Scott Dixon just overtook Quiz 44 to take the lead. Scott Dixon and Quiz 44 are nose to tail for the top spot. New for Life and Jackal are battling hard for 3rd place. New for Life is climbing to 3rd place. Amy is catching up to take 7th. Maya and Amy are nose to tail for 7. Hingle McCringleberry climbs 1 spot to take the 18th place. Rinog T4 and Hermit Media are locked in a close fight for 19th. Zovi is closing the gap on Rinog T4 by 3.1 seconds, so expect some fireworks soon. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the victory. Guess he still got it. Congratulations on the win. Wow, big congrats to Scott Dixon for winning the race. That's quite the achievement. And a huge shout out to New for Life for snagging the fastest lap. Looks like they're claiming a 2021 Ford Mustang from the Trans Am series. Jackal, you're the master of overtakes today, so you get to take home the same iconic muscle car. Nice work, everyone. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time where you'll be stuck with the leftovers. Hurry up and make your choice before the countdown runs out and the AI takes over with whatever they fancy. We don't want any cars left lonely on the start line, do we? Sure thing. A fun fact about the Super 8 track is that it's like the playground for tiny cars with big dreams. These miniature speedsters can zip around so fast they make some real race cars look like they're crawling. It's basically the playground where AI gets to show off its real need for speed, without even having to leave the digital world. Ooh, this is a fun showdown. The Lamborghini Diablo Jota is definitely a classic, with a lot of raw power and style. But the Toyota Saab MC8R has that racing pedigree and precision. Honestly, if it was just about looks, the Lamborghini would win hands down. But in a race, the Saab might have the edge thanks to its racing roots and aerodynamics. If I had to put my chips somewhere, I'd say Vicky might have a slight advantage in this one. But hey, with AI at the wheel, anything can happen. It's all about who takes the perfect racing line and avoids the chaos. I'll be watching intently. Alright folks, the race is just kicking off at the Super 8 track. Amy's leading the pack in a classic 1995 McLaren F1 GTR, starting at the front. Let's see if she can hold on to that pole position or if the others have plans to overtake. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Jackal in second and Vicky in third. Looks like the top three are already setting the pace. Sylvie just sneaked into third place, pushing Vicky a bit back. Vicky and Sylvie are now nose to nose for that third spot. Gina Jones is climbing up to fifth, making her way through the pack. Amy is leading comfortably in the Retro GT 500 class with the 1995 McLaren F1 GTR. Looks like she's setting the pace and has a solid grip on the race so far. Scott Dixon's Nissan 300ZAX Turbo IMSA is holding 8th place, but he's got the slowest, fastest lap among the ZSC. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the pack. Amy's leading and setting the pace, but the race is still open. Someone might catch up if they push harder. Amy is leading comfortably and setting the pace. No sign of slowing down anytime soon. Jackal is driving a 1996 Lamborghini Diablo Jota.odd. Looks like he's holding second place comfortably, but he's got Amy right ahead and Sylvie closing in. The Diablo's fastest lap is a solid 26.603. Jackal is gaining ground on Amy, closing the gap by 3 seconds. They are now neck and neck for the lead. Jackal is now in first place. Sylvie has moved up to second. Hingo McCringleberry has climbed to 8th. Gina Jones is climbing to 3rd place. Vicky is now in 4th, and I am inching up to 5th. Looks like a little shuffle at the front. Gina Jones is climbing to 2nd place. Maya is gaining 2 spots to sit in 3rd. Deplorably, Apple and Vicky are locked in a close fight for 5th. Deplorably, Apple is climbing to 5th place. Scott Dixon is now 6th. Slipsnidder Gaming has moved into 7th. Looks like everyone's eager to advance. Gina Jones is cruising with the fastest lap and a comfortable lead. Looks like she's got this race under control. Maya just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Sylvie is also gaining ground, now in 3rd. Deplorably, Apple is inching closer to the top 4. Jackal has surged into 1st place after overtaking 5 cars. Maya is closing the gap fast, trimming it down by 2.6 seconds. The two are now nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Maya has taken the lead now. Gina Jones is right behind in 2nd place. Sylvie has made a nice jump up to 3rd. Looks like the top 3 are all bunched up and ready for a showdown. Scott Dixon is closing the gap to Deplorably Apple by nearly 2 seconds. Slipsneedy Gaming has climbed one spot into 7th place. The track's tight corners seem to favor those with quick lap times and good handling. The leaders are maintaining a solid pace, but the midfielders are battling for space and position. Alright everyone, that's the race done and dusted. It seems the AI had a little trouble finding its way around the track today, so we're calling it early. But don't worry, the points are in and everything's been tallied up. Everyone, take note of your standings and get ready for the next one. Who knows what kind of chaos we'll see then? Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was an impressive performance. You're really driving circles around the competition today. Gina Jones, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim the legendary 1995 McLaren F1 GT. That thing is a true beauty, and quite the historical piece. Jackal, you took the bet race, so you get to claim the 1996 Lamborghini Diablo Yada. I bet that was a close one and you played your cards right. And Maya, since you made the most overtakes, you get to claim the 1994 Nissan 300ZX Turbo Inense Data. That's some serious skill on display. Well done everyone, what a race! Alright, here's a fun fact about the Korean Grand Prix track. Did you know that the layout was designed to include a mix of long straights and tricky corners that really test a driver's skill? It's kind of like a roller coaster that's been turned into a race circuit. Plus, the track has a pretty unusual feature where the elevation changes are so dramatic that it makes the cars feel like they're on a mountain adventure. rather than just racing. Definitely one of those tracks that keeps both drivers and spectators on the edge of their seats. Alright, this is quite the matchup. Gina Jones in a 2011 Zytek Z 11SN versus me in a 2016 Ligia JSP3. Now, looking at the specs, the Zytek is a bit older but known for reliability and steady performance. The Ligia, being a more recent model, probably has some aerodynamic and technological advantages. Given that, I'd say the Ligia might have the edge because of its newer design, and possibly better handling on the Korean Grand Prix circuit. But hey, Gina could surprise us with some vintage charm and experience. So, I give the slight nod to myself for the win, but don't count out Gina just yet. Anything can happen when it's AI racing, especially with these vintage versus modern cars. Alright folks, Ingle McCringleberry is on pole in the LMP3 class, cruising in a 2016 Ligier JSP3 at the Korean Grand Prix. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if someone's going to challenge him early on. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Ingle McCringleberry in second and Jackal in third. Looks like Amy is trying to set the pace early on. Zikopal is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 14th place. Deluxe Combo is also making moves, overtaking 4 cars to reach 17. Ingle McCringleberry is holding on to the lead, moving up 1 spot to first. No for Life is really dropping back, now in the 18th place. Mafia Mavi keeps climbing, now in 5th. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 6th. Looks like a tight squeeze. Zoe and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 7th place. Zikopal just gained 1 spot and is now 12th. Shero Gamersach and Dreletsko are locked in a close fight for 13th. Sovi is climbing up to 7th place. Shero Gamersach is making a move to 13th. Dreletsko and Shero Gamersach are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Beef Sliders just gained 1 spot and is now in 17th place. Wayne Bretsky and Beef Sliders are nose to nose for 17th. Yaki Ramen and Lotusos are fighting for 19th. Vicky just snuck past Jackal to claim 3rd place. They're now nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Jackal has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Vicky and Jackal are battling closely for 3rd position. New for Life is closing in on Yakuramen, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Vicky just snuck into 3rd place. Sovi and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 6th. New for Life is chipping away at Yakuramen's lead, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Wayne Bretsky just overtook someone to move up to 17th place. Beef Sliders and Wayne Gretzky are nose-to-nose for that 17th spot. Yaki Ramen and Lotusos are locked in a close fight for 19th place. Scorched Log is driving a 2018 Ferrari 488 G3 Sprint. They're currently in 11th place, so they're holding a solid middle ground, but still have room to climb up. Deluxe Combo is gaining on Let's Go, closing the gap to just over a second. Move for Life is making a move on Lotusos, closing the gap by more than 2 seconds. Gina Jones is currently in 8th place, just behind Maya, who is in 9th. Looks like Gina might have a slight edge, but Maya's not giving up yet. Still plenty of time for a move. Deluxe Combo just bumped up to 14th place. Let's Go and Deluxe Combo are still locked in that close fight for 14. Move for Life is closing the gap on Lotusos, shrinking it by almost 2 seconds. Vicky just snuck into 2nd place. Jackal and Amy are still neck and neck for 3rd. Mafia Mavi is creeping up, shrinking the gap behind Jackal by over a second. Jackal is climbing to 3rd place. Amy and Jackal are nose-to-nose for that spot. Move for Life is gaining on Lotusos, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Maya is cruising in the lead with a comfortable gap. Mafia Mavi and Jackal are nose-to-tail for 4th place. Scott Dixon is inching closer, cutting the distance by over a second. Mafia Mavi is climbing up to 4th place. Wayne Gretzky just moved up to 16th, and is now battling Let's Go for that same position. New for Life is leading, and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like he's trying to run away with it. Beef Sliders just overtook Let's Go, and now they are fighting for 17th place. Looks like Beef Sliders is on the move again. Yaki Ramen is driving a Radical RXC Turbo GT3. They are currently in the 8th place among GT3 cars, and have a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 20 seconds and 125 milliseconds. Their race seems steady but not quite at the front. Wow! Ingle McCringleberry just took the win. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the victory! Wow, what a finish! Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for taking the win. That was an impressive drive. And shout out to Newfolife for snagging the fastest lap. You can claim that sleek 2015 Onrogue Ligier JS P3. Nice work, Gina Jones. You also nailed it by winning the bet race. You're now eligible to claim a 2011 Zytec Z11 everyone. This race was full of surprises. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Brasilia circuit, I would probably go with the 2012 Ferrari 458 Italia. Its combination of sharp handling and powerful V8 engine should give it an edge on the twisty parts of the circuit. Plus, Ferrari's reputation for speed and agility makes it a solid choice. Of course, with a track as demanding as Brasilia, I wouldn't count out the Lotus Exig's or the Ariel Atom 3, since they're light and nimble, perfect for tight corners. But overall, I think the Ferrari 458 would have the best shot at crossing the finish line first. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your dream machine yet, now's the time or forever hold your peace. Don't make me pick for you because trust me, I choose the fastest one just to see it dominate. Hey Yaman-san, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready to see some crazy AI cars racing around. Alright, so we have GamerBoss72 behind a 2015 McLaren 540C, and Sylvie in a 2012 Nissan GT are racing on Brasilia. Now, the McLaren is definitely a sleek and agile choice, known for its sharp handling and speed. But the Nissan GT-R, often called Godzilla, is renowned for its raw power and all-weather performance. I'd say the McLaren might have the edge on tight corners and acceleration, but the GT-R's power could come in handy on the straights. It's a toss-up really, but if I had to pick, I'd lean slightly toward the Nissan for its brute strength, unless the McLaren's finesse manages to outmaneuver it. Who do you think's got the upper hand here? Alright everyone. The race is underway at Brasilia and GamerBoss72 is starting pole position in a 2015 McLaren 540. Let's see if that sleek speedster can hold the lead, or if the competition will surprise us. Sophie has taken an early lead. Maya is right behind in second, and GamerBoss72 is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya has just taken the lead and is now in first place. GamerBoss72 has moved up one spot to second. Sophie and GamerBoss72 are nose to nose for second place. Looks like a close fight. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to third place. The Grentenchanter and Sovi are locked in a close fight for 4th. Amin-san is also moving up to 7th. Hingle Mekringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. Vagrant Enchanter is now in 4th. Bees McGee has moved up to 9th. Amin-san just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Zombush 86 is climbing up to 14th. Amy and Skozarobzas are nose to nose for 15th. Dozarobs is holding off Amy for the 8th place. Vicky just gained 2 spots, now in the 17th. New for Life and Vicky are nose to tail for the 18th spot. Amin-san is climbing up to 5th place. Jackal is narrowing the gap to Sovi by over a second. The two are locked in a close fight for 6th. Vagrant Enchanter is now in 3rd place. Scott Dixon has climbed to 7th. Amy is up to 15th. The race is heating up a bit. Gamerboss 72 is climbing up to 3rd place. Skozarobs and Amy are nose to nose for 15th. Amin-san just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Vagrant Enchanter and Amin-san are nose to nose for that spot. Scott Dixon and Sovi are also locked in a close fight for 6th. Amin-san just snuck into 3rd place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 6th. New for Life and Amy are locked in a close fight for 15th. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2019 Lamborghini SC 18 Austin, the same as me and a few others. They're currently in 2nd place just behind me, so they're doing a solid job holding the pace. Looks like they're keeping it clean and consistent. Amy just overtook someone to move into 14th place. Naibe and Amy are nose to tail for 13. Vicky is climbing up to 17. Bees McGee is climbing up to 8th place. Amy is now in 13th. Zombush 86 has moved into 14th. Gamerboss 72 is driving a 2015 McLaren 540C and currently in 4th place. They started at the front and seem to be holding a decent pace, with their fastest lap just over 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Looks like they're trying to stay in the mix. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 5th place. Princess Wildface is also moving up 1 spot to 11th. Gina Jones and Princess Wildface are nose to nose for 11th place. Scott Dixon is now in 4th place. Gamerboss 72 and Dixon are nose to nose for that position. Bees McGee is climbing to 7th. Looks like a small rally happening. Bees McGee is closing in on Vagrant Enchanter, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Zero Team Lee has moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Princess Wildface is also up 1 spot, now in 10th. Bees McGee just overtook Vagrant Enchanter, and now they are nose to nose for 6th place. Looks like Bees McGee is not done yet. Vagrant Enchanter just sneaked into 6th place. Wolf's Light and New for Life are neck and neck for 15. Looks like a close one. Wow, Maya. Looks like you just proved you're faster than everyone else. Congrats on the win. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was a fantastic effort. Well done, Maya. You definitely earned that victory. And a huge shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for grabbing the fastest lap. You've earned yourself the 2019 Lamborghini C18 Alston. A true beauty and perfect for showing off those speed skills. Amundsen, you also did an incredible job with the most overtakes. That takes guts and a lot of skills. You can also claim a 2019 Lamborghini SC18 Alston. Looks like this race was full of winners. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Deep Forest Raceway reverse circuit, I would probably go with the 1966 Lamborghini Miura P400 SV. It's known for its sleek design and impressive mid-engine layout, which should give it an edge on those twisty forest track sections. Plus, it's just the kind of car that looks fast even when it's standing still. The others, while classics, might struggle with the tight corners or the elevation changes. The Ferrari 250 GTO could give it a good fight, but I think the Lamborghini's agility might just tip the scales. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down fast. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to do it, or forever hold your peace. Get those choices in before the countdown hits 0. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Lamborghini Miura P400 is known for its sleek design and impressive speed in its day, but let's not forget that it's a 1966 model. That's a lot of history and possibly some less advanced tech compared to modern AI racing. On the other hand, the Chevrolet Impala SS from 1967 has that classic muscle car weight and brute strength. It might not be as agile as the Lamborghini, but in a race like Deep Forest Raceway Reverse, roll power could give it an edge, especially on those tricky curves. If this were a straight line sprint, I'd probably lean towards the Lamborghini for its speed. But in a race that requires a bit more finesse and handling, the Impala's size and muscle might actually make it tricky to beat. Honestly, I think the Impala could surprise us and maybe come out ahead, but the Lamborghini won't go down without a fight. This is a close call, but I'd give a slight nod to the Impala for its potential to muscle through the tricky parts. Let's see if the AI agrees. Alright everyone, here we go at Deep Forest Raceway Reverse. Maya's kicking things off on pole in her 1967 Chevrolet Corvette C2 Stingray, which is basically the queen of 1960s, cars before supercars took over. Let's see if she can stay ahead of the pack. Right at the start, Maya is holding the lead with a solid opening. Sophie is right behind in second place, and Gina Jones is in third, trying to keep up. Looks like a tight battle already. Necrophantasm and TPPPA are nose to tail for 8th place. Amy just gained 1 spot to 4th. TPKPA is also climbing up 1 spot. Vicky just snuck into the top 4, leaving some room for others to chase. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing fast into 5th place. TPKPA is also making moves, now in 6th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. The reverse layout is shaking up the order with tight corners and tricky chicanes, making overtakes more daring and keeping everyone on their toes. Jekyll and Amundsen are nose to tail fighting for 8th place. Scott Dixon is sneaking up 1 spot to 11th. Gliding Penguin and Scott Dixon are locked in a close duel for 11th. TPKA is really hunting down Hingle McCringleberry now. Necrophantasm is climbing up to 9th place. Scott Dixon is also making moves, now in 10th. The reverse layout is shaking up the order with some unexpected overtakes and positioning. TPKA is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Amin-san has moved up to 7th place, also gaining 1 spot. Gliding Penguin is in 10th place, inching forward 1 spot. Scott Dixon's car is a vintage 1967 Chevrolet Corvette C2 Stingray Dada. He's currently in the middle of the pack, 14 places back. Looks like he's struggling to make moves today. Gliding Penguin just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Necrophantasm and Gliding Penguin are now nose to nose, fighting for that 9th spot. TPKPA just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Gliding Penguin and Amy are nose to tail for 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th place. Necrophantasm is now in 9th. Scott Dixon and Gliding Penguin are nose to nose for 10th. TPPPA is now in 3rd place, closing in on the leaders. Hingle McCringleberry has moved into 4th place, just behind the top 3. Scott Dixon has climbed to 10th, but still a ways to go to catch the front runners. TPKA is gaining on Sophie, closing the gap by 1 second. Vicky has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Amy is closing in on Amundsen, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Vicky's driving a 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO, a classic beauty known for its elegance and speed. She's currently in 6th place, but her lap time suggests she's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Jackal's driving a 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO, a classic beauty known for its elegance and speed. Looks like they're struggling a bit, currently in the 8th place just behind Amy. Not the best race so far, but plenty of time to catch up. Amundsen is really closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by a full second. Gliding Penguin just sneaked into the top 10, moving up one spot. Gliding Penguin is driving a Lamborghini Miura P 400 Svius, starting in 8th place. They're currently in 9th, just behind the leader and close to the top. Looks like a solid fight for position with the fastest lap of 1 minute 37 seconds, so they're pushing hard. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on TPPA, closing the gap by 1/32. Gliding Penguin has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Wow, Maya, you really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations to Maya for taking the top spot. That was some serious racing skills. Now, for the drivers who can claim their prize, Amundsen has won the bet race, and is now the proud owner of a classic 1966 Lamborghini Miura P 400 Store Else Evade Joy, cruising in that vintage beauty. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, since Vallelunga Club has tight corners and requires precise steering. Speed is important, but being able to navigate the twists smoothly and quickly will make or break the race. Acceleration out of those corners is also key to gaining an advantage. Overall, a car that balances grip and quick responsiveness will have the best shot here. Alright, this is a classic battle of the American muscle cars from the early 70s. Just Panchakis with the Mercury Cyclone versus me in the Ford Torino. Both cars have that vintage charm, but the Cyclone was known for its agility and somewhat lighter frame, which might give Just Panchakis an edge in maneuverability. The Torino is a bit bulkier, but it's got that raw power that could really kick in on the straightaways. Considering the track is Vallelunga Club, which has some tight corners and a few long straights, I think the Mercury Cyclone might have a slight advantage in the turns, but my Torino could potentially dominate on the straight sections, if it gets the right acceleration. If I had to put my money down, I'd say Just Panchakis might take the win, but I wouldn't be surprised if I pull off a sneaky victory with some clever driving. It's going to be a close one, and I'll be rooting for my trusty Torino. Let's see how those vintage beasts handle the course. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Vallelunga Club track. Deplorably Apple, starting on pole with that classic 1971 Chevrolet Monte Carlo, looks ready to make some history. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold on to the lead. Deplorably Apple is leading the race right now, followed closely by Scott Dixon in second place. Deserts is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Deserts is climbing up to second place. Amy and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for third. Just Panchakis and I are locked in a close fight for sixth. Bubute is charging through the field, now in ninth after overtaking 4 cars. Deserts and Deplorable Apple are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Amy is climbing up to third place, making some moves. Deserts and Deplorably Apple are nose to tail at the front. Scott Dixon just gained a spot and is now in third. Abigail Killams is climbing up to 12th. Bubute is climbing up to 8th place. Abigail Killams is also moving forward to 11th. Looks like some steady progress. Deserts just overtook Deplorable Apple for the lead. Deplorable Apple is not giving up easily though. Drivon 192 Gex and I are still neck and neck for 5th place. Scott Dixon is now in 1st place. Drivon 192X has climbed to 5th. Vicky is in 9th. The race is heating up. Just Panchakis is in 6th place driving a Mercury Cyclone. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Just Panchakis is in 6th place driving a Mercury Cyclone. Their fastest lap is currently unrecorded, so they might be holding back or just waiting for the right moment. Maya is currently in 7th place for the Ford Torino. Fastest lap so far is 1:13.057. Looks like she's holding steady but needs to pick up the pace to catch the leaders. Deserts is now in 2nd place, closing the gap to the leader. Vicky is gaining on Bubute, cutting the distance by over a second. Hot Bolognese has moved up to 11, making a little progress. Hingle McCringleberry climbs to 9th place. Abigail Killams advances 2 spots to 11. Abigail Killams and Vicky are nose to nose for 10. Abigail Killams is currently in 11th place, with an AMC Matador. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 11.417, which suggests they're pushing hard. Looks like they're making some moves, but still a few spots behind the top contenders. Amy has just overtaken someone to move into 3rd place. Amy and Defizzers are nose to tail fighting for 2nd. Hingle McCringleberry has gained 1 position, now in 8th. Hingle McCringleberry and Just Pancakes are battling it out for 7. Congratulations to Scott Dixon on the victory. Looks like he's still got what it takes to cross the finish line first. Well done. Wow, Scott Dixon really took the checkered flag in style. Congrats on the win, and the fastest lap too. Looks like you've earned yourself a classic 1972 Ford Torino from NASCAR 1970. Nice choice. Let's see who else can claim a car next. Sure. Hey, did you know that the Eastern Creek Dragway, which is part of the broader track complex, is famous for its super long straightaway that makes it a perfect playground for all kinds of high-speed shenanigans? It's like the perfect place where cars can stretch their legs and really show off what they're made of. It's basically a haven for speed freaks. Well, this is a classic debate between vintage charm and outright speed. The Alfa Romeo Tipo 33 TT12 has got that legendary racing pedigree, but it's a bit older, and probably a little less refined in the modern sim world. Meanwhile, the Porsche 936 from 1977 is no slouch, offering a great balance of power and handling. I'd say the Porsche might have a slight edge here because of its more advanced design for that era, and the likely better handling on Eastern Creek Drew. But hey, in the end, it all depends on how well each AI driver pushes their machine. Let's keep our fingers crossed for some dramatic overtakes, shall we? Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Eastern Creek Druid, and leading the pack is the Group 6 Jackal driving a classic 1971 Ferrari 312B. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. The race kicks off with Jackal leading the pack, followed closely by Hingle McCringleberry in second, and Amy holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Hingle McCringleberry is now in first place. New for Life and Amy are battling closely for third. Vicky is climbing up to fifth place. New for Life just overtook someone to take third place. Aetha Plasson and Gina Jones are still nose to nose for 8th. Detoxness is climbing fast, now in 13th. Jackal is driving a 1971 Ferrari 312 FPV, a classic racing icon. Looks like they're holding the lead comfortably, but no sign of slowing down yet. New Life is trying to hold off Jackal for second place. Amy is right behind. New for Life in third, looking for a way past. Maya and Aetherplasm are neck and neck for ninth. This is getting interesting. Maya and Aethoplasm are nose to tail for 9th place. Crystal 33 is climbing to 15th. Bufin in 18 is inching into 17th. Hingle McCringleberry is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's probably feeling pretty confident. But with only 3 laps done, anything can still happen. Maya just gained 1 spot, now in 9th place. Maya and Gina Jones are nose to tail, fighting for 8th. Jay Boogie is driving a vintage Chevrolet Camaro from 1969. They are currently in the 17th place and seem to be struggling with a lap time of 1 minute, 15 seconds and 818 milliseconds. Hingle McCringleberry is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's clearly in control for now. Aethoplasm is driving a 1973 Alfa Romeo Tipo 33 TT 12. They're currently in 10th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 6 seconds, which is decent but not enough to catch the leaders. The race looks pretty tight in the top 10. Crystal 33 is driving a vintage Ford Mustang Boss from 1970. They're currently in 16th place, with the fastest lap just over a minute and 14 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Bufin Nimtin is driving a vintage 1969 AMC Javelin. They're currently in 8th place, just ahead of the other vintage muscle cars. Looks like they're holding their own in this pack. Detoxnitz is driving a 1970 Pontiac Firebird in the vintage Trans Am class. They're currently in 14th place, just behind the leaders in their class, but their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep pace with the front runners. Maya is holding steady in 9th place, just a few seconds behind the leader. Aethoplasm is a bit further back in 11th, so the race is tight. Looks like a close finish is on the cards. Jay Boogie is driving a vintage Chevrolet Camaro from 1969. They're currently in the 17th place, just behind Bufin 19 and a bit ahead of Oscar Wolf. Looks like a tight race in the middle of the pack. Crystal 33 is climbing up to 14th place. Rumi Afis 13 and Oscar Wolf are nose to nose for the 19th spot. Sylvie is driving a 1971 Ferrari 312 BB. They're currently in 7th place, just behind Gina Jones and ahead of Maya. Looks like they're holding steady but not making big moves yet. Goofing and Nitine and Athena CNC are nose to nose for the 16th place. Rumi Afis 13 is sneaking up to 17. Well, look at that. Hingle McCringleberry taking the checkered flag. Clearly, they've got the magic touch. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what an incredible achievement from Hingle McCringleberry. Triple Crown winner, fastest lap, most overtakes. This guy is on fire. Big congratulations to them. And now, the exciting part. Since Hingle McCringleberry managed to grab the fastest lap, they can claim the 1977 Porsche 936 from Group 6. As for me, I won the bet race, so I get to claim the same beautiful Porsche 936 as well. Looks like we're both going home with some classic German engineering. If I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the Oschersleben circuit, I'd probably go with the Jaguar XJ220. It's got that legendary top speed and agility that could really shine on a track like this. Plus, it looks like it means business. I mean, with the right driver it could probably sail through those turns faster than most of the others. The Ferrari F355 F1 and the Nissan Skyline GTR 32 are tempting choices too. But the XJ220 seems to combine speed and handling in a way that makes it a strong contender. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, so if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in. Don't leave me hanging here with just the sound of engines and my witty comments. Get your choices in before the countdown ends and see which AI driver takes the lid. Wow, what a matchup! On one side, we have Jackal steering a classic Ferrari 512TR from 1994. That car is a symbol of sleek Italian engineering, perfect for those sharp turns and high-speed straights. On the other side, a Beta bloke is in a 1995 Dodge Viper RT10, which is a beast with raw power and a menacing presence. If this were a straight-up drag race, I might lean toward the Viper because of its brute force. But since we're on Oschersleben, with its mix of technical corners and long straights, the Ferrari's agility and handling could give it an edge. In the end, I'm thinking the Ferrari's cornering finesse might just outmaneuver the Viper's raw speed, especially on that track. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. So it'll be a fun battle to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Oschersleben and Gina Jones is taking an early lead. Starting on pole in a classic 1984 Ferrari 288. G2 looks like her vintage ride is ready to show these modern cars how it's done. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line and is leading the race. Gina Jones is holding strong in second place, while Zachary TV is currently in third, trying to keep up. Gina Jones and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail at the front. Zoe is climbing up to 7th place. Amy is inching her way into the top 10. Gina Jones just overtook someone to take the lead. Hingle McCringleberry is right behind her in a close fight for first. Vicky is climbing up to 3rd place, closing in on the top 2. Maya is climbing fast into 4th place. Sovi is now in 6th after gaining 1 spot. Abeta Bloke is making progress in 13th. Looks like someone just sneaked into the top 6. Sovi and another racer are nose to nose for that spot. Serkamingate is climbing nicely into 6th place. Scott Dixon is now in 8th after moving up 1 spot. Amy has also gained 1 position and is now in 9th. Jacko is climbing to 11th place. New for Life is also moving up to 13th place. Looks like they're both on the rise. Scott Dixon is hanging on to 8th place while Amy and Scott Dixon are battling it out for that position. New for Life just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. Door Rogue and New for Life are nose to nose for 12th place. DCK Patsiagorgerts has gained a spot and is now in 14th place. DCK Patsiagorgerts and Door Rogue are nose to nose for 13th. Silent Fox 213 has also moved up 1 spot and is now in 16th. Silent Fox 213 is driving a 1993 Toyota Supra. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack. Not making any big moves, but not falling behind either. Door Rogue is currently in the 14th place with a Maserati Ghibli from 1996. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise up front. The track seems to favor the classic cars with the top 2 spots, but the slower lap time suggests some drivers are struggling with the circuit's demands. Vicky is driving a 1984 Ferrari 288 GTO, a classic with a reputation for speed and style. She's currently in 3rd place, holding steady behind Gina and Hingle. Looks like she's keeping it cool but not quite close enough to challenge for the lead yet. Gina Jones is dropping back to 8th place. Hingle Nekringleberry is climbing up to 1st place. Vicky is also making moves, now in 2nd. Gina Jones is really having a rough time dropping back to 16. Amy is climbing up to 8th. Someone just moved up to 9th, inching closer to the top. Door Rogue is driving a 1996 Maserati Ghibli. Looks like they're hanging around the middle of the pack, but their lap times suggest they're not quite keeping up with the front runners. Gina Jones is leading the race with a 1984 Ferrari 288 GTO and a fastest lap of 150.2. 6-4. Looks like she's got the pace to stay ahead, but the rest are closing in. Silent Fox 213 is driving a 1993 Toyota Supra. They're currently in 16th place and seem to be struggling with consistent lap times, hovering around 2 minutes. Sovi is climbing up to 4th place. A Better Bloke and DC Key B0 Gers are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Vicky is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry fast, cutting the gap by over 5 seconds. Scott Dixon has climbed to 6th place, and is now in a fierce duel with Cirque Gaminier for that spot. Vicky is now in 1st place. I am climbing up to 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry is stuck in 8th place and struggling to keep up. Hingle McCringleberry is really having a rough time dropping 6 places to 14. Someone just moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Jackal is also climbing up 1 spot to take 9th. Amy is driving a Porsche 959 from 1987. She's currently in 8th place just behind the leader. Her lap time is solid, but not quite enough to challenge the front runners yet. Wow, Vicky, you really outpaced everyone. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done on the win. Congratulations to Vicky for winning the race. That's quite an achievement. They really drove their way to victory. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim some awesome cars. Hingle McCringleberry, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim a 1992 Jaguar XJ220. That's a fantastic choice for some retro street car style. Jackal, you took the win in the bet race, so you get a 1994 Ferrari 512 TR Classic and powerful, just like you wanted. And new for life for doing the most overtakes, you get a 1994 Ferrari F355 Berlinetta F1. Talk about making moves on the track, well done. Everyone's racing game is on point today. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down, so make your choices quick. If you want your favorite car in the race, better pick it before the time runs out. Don't leave it to the last second or you might miss out on the action. Oh wow, This is quite the vintage showdown. Zombush 86. With that classic 1948 Ferrari 166 Inter. So we're talking about a real piece of history with some serious style. But don't forget, it's also about how well the AI can handle that kind of weight of legacy. On the other hand, Starbucks has a 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ, which is famed for its agility and sharp handling. It's like the nimble dancer in this race, probably zipping through those corners with ease. Honestly, I'd bet on Starbucks' Alfa Romeo for the win. It's got that lightweight, quick turn advantage that tends to shine on intermediate courses like Black Cat County. But hey, in AI racing, anything can happen, and sometimes the old legends surprise us all. Alright folks, Gina Jones is kicking things off at the front in a 1964 Porsche 901. So she's got the early lead on these vintage slowpokes. Let's see if she can actually make it interesting. Gina Jones is leading the pack right now. Sophie is holding second place and Just Pancakes is in third. Looks like a tight start. Just Pancakes has moved up to second place. Gina Jones and Just Pancakes are still neck and neck for the lead. Sophie and Just Pancakes are also battling hard for second. GamerBoss 72 is climbing up to third place. Yaxinda Box and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for fifth. Maya and Amy are locked in a close fight for seventh. Jaxinda Box is now in fifth place, climbing up one spot. Amy has moved into sixth place, also up one spot. Oscar Wolf is in eighth place, gaining one position as well. GamerBoss 72 and Just Pancakes are nose to nose for second place. Amy just snuck into fifth and is making a move. Oscar Wolf is inching up to seventh, so the race is heating up. Amy is climbing to fourth place. Oscar Wolf is now in sixth. Scott Dixon has moved up to 10th. Oscar Wolf is climbing up to 5th place. Vicky is now 12th. Starbucks has moved into 13th. Jackson DeBox is in 8th place with a 1962 Triumph T R3B. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise up front. Oscar Wolf climbs to 4th place. Maya advances to 7th. Scott Dixon is closing in on Amundsen, shrinking the gap by 140 seconds. Oscar Wolf is closing in on GamerBoss 72, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Amundsen is climbing up to 8th place. Starbucks is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 11th. Oscar Wolf is closing in on GamerBoss 72, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. They are battling hard for 3rd place. Amundsen is climbing up 1 spot to 7th. Oscar Wolf is climbing to 3rd place. Vicky is also moving up to 11th. Starbucks and Vicky are nose to nose for 11th. Amundsen just gained a spot and is now in 6th place. Vicky also moved up 1 position and is now in 10th. Vicky and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 9th place, so expect some drama there. Maya is now just a second behind Sophie. Looks like a move is imminent. New for Life is gaining fast on Jackson de Box, cutting the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Maya is climbing up to 7th place. Starbucks has moved into 10th. New for Life is now in 12th. The race is heating up. Scott Dixon and Sophie are nose to nose for 8th place. Jackal just gained 1 spot and is now in 15th. Ingle McCringleberry and Jackal are also fighting for 15th, so expect some more action there. Oscar Wolf is now in 1st place. Scott Dixon has moved up to 8th place. Starbucks is in 9th place after climbing 1 spot. Vicky is climbing up to 10th place. New for Life and Jackson de Box are nose to nose for 12th. Zombush 86 is advancing to 16th. New for Life and Jackson de Box are nose to tail for 12th place. Looks like they're about to turn this into a game of bumper cars. Hingle McCringleberry just gained 1 spot, now sitting in 16th. Maya is now just a second behind Amundsen, closing the gap steadily. New for Life has climbed 2 spots and is now in 11th place. Gamerboss 72. Better watch out, Amy is sneaking up behind him. Scott Dixon is inching closer to me. I might need to start practicing my defensive driving. Amy just bumped up to 4th place. Amundsen is closing in on Gamerboss 72. The gap shrinks by 1.7 seconds. Scott Dixon has moved up to 7th place. Starbucks just moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Vicky is closing the gap on me by 1.5 seconds. Rosegod Gaming is gaining on Jackson de Box, closing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Jess Panchakis is hanging on to 3rd place, but Amy is right behind. Starbucks is climbing to 7th, and Vicky is sneaking into 9th. Congratulations to Oscar Wolf for winning the race. Looks like someone was too quick for the rest of the pack. Well done. Wow! Oscar Wolf really pulled off something legendary today. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes. That's a triple crown of driving mastery. Congratulations to Oscar! It's not every day you see someone dominate all aspects of the race like that. Truly a driver to watch. Alright. Fun fact about the 1970 Alfa Romeo GT. At 2000 is that it's basically the Italian equivalent of a wild racing beast disguised as a street car. It was lightweight, nimble, and designed for racing, which means it could pretty much dance around most modern cars. Plus, it had a reputation for being a true driver's car, making it the darling of racing enthusiasts and collectors alike. It's like the classic espresso of cars, small, intense, and packed with personality. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, so make your choices quick. Don't want to miss out on your dream car racing to glory. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright. This is quite the vintage showdown. The Alfa Romeo Giulietta Spider from 1960 has that classic charm and nimbleness that might give it an edge around a tight circuit like Franciacorta Short. But then again, the Isuzu Bellet GTR from 1968 has that rugged, no-nonsense vibe. And who knows, it might surprise us all with some unexpected speed. Honestly, if I had to put my money somewhere, I'd say the Alfa's lighter weight and more agile design might just tip the scales. But don't count out the Bellet. Sometimes the underdog surprises with a vintage charm of its own. Let's see how these classics handle the race. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Autodromo di Franciacorta short track. Egan arrives on pole position in that classic 1971 Datsun 510 Auto. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold its lead, or if the newer cars are going to catch up. Naiba has taken an early lead. Egenerite is right behind in second, and Sovi is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. New for Life is closing in on the leader now. Shazzy and Gina Jones are making steady progress, climbing a spot each. Suvik advances to 10th place. Abomzi climbs to 17th. Hingel, McCringleberry and Abomzi are nose-to-nose for 17th. Vicky's driving a Puma GTB from 1971. She's currently in the 13th place and seems to be holding her own, not making any big moves but staying steady. It's Sarar is driving a 1961 MG A Sprint. They're currently in the 16th place, so not quite making waves but holding their own. New for Life just overtook for the lead. Gina Jones and Lakaiju are still nose to tail for 7th place. Maya's car is a 1973 Triumph Dolomite Sprint, starting in 7th. Looks like she's holding steady in the middle of the pack, no overtakes yet. Gina Jones is driving a 1966 Lotus Cortina Mark I Antiguo. She's holding 8th place and seems to be holding her own, but no real threats or overtakes happening around her. Sophie and Vicky are nose to tail fighting for 10th place. Sophie just made a move, but Vicky is holding firm. Sophie just overtook someone and is now in 9th place. I see. Maya is not giving up that spot easily. They're nose to tail. This is getting interesting. Sophie is climbing up to 9th place. Deplorable is making a move to 18th. Any overtakes I should be watching for? Lakaiju is driving a 1970 Alfa Romeo GT, a 2000, a classic with a reputation for agility. They're currently in 8th place, just behind Gina Jones. Their fastest lap is 1:8.803, so they're holding a decent pace but still chasing the leaders. Deplorably Apple just overtook Hingle McCringleberry to take the 8th place. Looks like the battle for 17th is heating up with those two neck and neck. Zoe has stormed to the front, overtaking 3 cars to claim the lead. New for Life and Zoe are now nose to nose for the top spot. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up the field, just gained 1 position to sit in the 17th place. New for Life and Zoe are nose to tail at the front. Theskis has gained 1 spot and is now in 14th place. Ariu Serial has also moved up 1 spot into 19th. New for Life is now in 1st place. Abomzi has moved up to 21st. Naib is climbing up to 2nd place. Iganerite is now in 3rd. Shalesy has moved into 4th. The race is heating up. Maya advances to 9th place. Adanut 44 climbs 2 spots to 10th. Vicky and Adanut 44 are nose to tail fighting for 10th place. Lakaiju is driving a 1970 Alfa Romeo GT, a 2000. They're currently in 7th place and have a fastest lap just under 1:9. Looks like they're holding steady, but not quite catching the leaders. Wow, looks like New for Life just took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, congratulations to New for Life for taking the win. That was an impressive drive. And look at that, they also managed the fastest lap. Talk about dominating the race. They can now claim a sleek 1974 BMW 22, which is a fantastic choice if they want some classic style. Naiba, congratulations on winning the bet race. That's no small feat. You get to claim a gorgeous 1960 Alfa Romeo Giulietta Spider, perfect for turning heads wherever you go. Great racing everyone, this one was a close call. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time to do it. The countdown is almost finished, so make your choice quick or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Trust me, nobody wants that slowpoke. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Ford Capri Zaxbyed is a classic muscle car, known for its agility but maybe not as much for outright speed on a demanding track like an Auto. On the other hand, the Ferrari 512 BBL MIM from 1978 is a beast with its mid-engine design and racing pedigree. I'd say the Ferrari has the edge here because of its power and handling finesse. The Capri might hold its own in some corners, but I'd bet the Ferrari will take the lead early and hold on to it. But hey, in the world of AI racing, surprises are the name of the game. So, it's anyone's race to lose or win. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off and Duran Sylvie is taking the lead from pole position in a classic 1984 Capri Zaxbyed. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold them off. Sylvie has shot off the line to take the lead. Then Lilac is hot on her heels in second. Two Peas in a Podcast is holding steady in third. But don't blink or they'll be overtaken. Maya is charging through the field, now in second place after overtaking 3 cars. Lynn Lilac and Maya are nose to tail, fighting hard for second position. Nuforlife and Scott Dixon are locked in a close duel for 5th place. Two Peas in the Podcast is climbing to 3rd place. New for Life is advancing to 5th. Jacko is moving up to 8th. Jacko and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 7th. Naiba is driving a BMW 20E20E21 Turbo from 1977. They're currently in the middle of the pack, in 14th place, and seem to be holding steady without any major moves so far. New for Life and Lynn Lilac are nose to tail for 4th place. Hingle Me Kringleberry and Scott Dixon are swapping paint for 6th. Amy is climbing up to 11th, inching closer to the pack. Daniel McCringleberry is on a roll, moving up to 4th place. Rusna Palm6 is also making moves, climbing to 10th. Lin Lilac is having a tough time, dropping 10 spots to 14. For Life is driving a 1979 BMW M1E26 March. They started in 7th and are currently in the middle of the pack, not making much noise so far. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place. Rusna Palm6 is also moving up to 9th. Ren Kaori and Naibe are nose to nose for 12th. Vicky and Rusna Palm6 are nose to tail for 10th place. Maya is closing in on them. Ren Kaori just gained a spot and is now 12th. Ren Kaori and Vicky are nose to tail for 11th place. New for Life is slicing through the field, closing in on Naibi by almost 4 seconds. Ren Kaori is climbing up to 11th place. New for Life is gaining on Naibe, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Naibe is driving a 1977 BMW 320e 21 Turbo. Their race seems to be a quiet one so far, stuck in the middle without much action around them. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th place. Amy is also moving up to 7th. Jackal and Amy are nose to nose for 7th place. Looks like a battle is brewing. Neotexum just climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Neotexum and Amy are nose to tail for 7th. Vicky is driving a Ferrari 512 BBLM from 1978. She's currently in the 13th place and has the slowest, fastest lap among the racers. Looks like she's struggling to keep up. The tight corners seem to favor the more agile cars like the Ford Capri Zaxbyed leading the pack. Longer straights might be hurting some of the heavier or less nimble cars. Neotexum is driving a 1980 Ford Capri Zaxbyed, currently in 8th place. They're a bit behind the leaders but holding steady. Jackal is driving a Lancia Monte Carlo Turbo from 1981. Their race seems to be a bit behind, currently in 10th place with a slower lap time of just over 1 minute 42 seconds. Amy just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Neotexum and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 7th. Rusna Palm6 is climbing up to 10th. Jackal is climbing to 8th place. Vicky is making a move to 9th. Naibe is advancing to 13th. Jackal is driving a Lancia Monte Carlo Turbo from 1981. Their race is not looking great with the slowest lap time so far, and they're currently in 10th place. Wow, Sovi really took the checkered flag. Congrats on the win. Now you can finally enjoy that victory lap? Wow, Sovi, you really snatched that victory? Congratulations. And look at that, Sovi also took the fastest lap. So you get yourself a classic 1980 Ford Capri Zaxby. Nice choice. Amy, you were on fire with all those overtakes. That's some serious skill. You can claim the 1978 Porsche 935/78. Well done to both of you, what a race. Sure thing. Did you know that Donington Park's national track is famous for its challenging layout and incredible history? It was originally built in the 1930s and later became a favorite for both racing legends and fans alike. The track's famous corners, especially the crane or curves, really test a driver's skill and bravery. It's like a roller coaster for cars. Alright, we've got Girl of Diamond in the Ford Mustang and Alan 656 in the Chevrolet Camaro, both from the same year. Honestly, it's a tough call because these cars are pretty evenly matched in real life, but in the AI racing universe, the handling and AI programming can swing the result in unexpected ways. The Mustang might have a slight edge on the straights because of its power, but the Camaro is known for its agility and cornering ability. I'd lean towards the Mustang trying to use its raw speed to pull ahead on the straightaways. But don't count out the Camaro's finesse around the corners. So my guess is the Mustang will take a narrow lead. But it's definitely going to be a close and exciting race. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Donington Park. National and ACAR 77 is starting on pole in a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro. Looks like a solid start for the Trans Am class. Let's see if they can hold that lead. ACAR 77 has shot off the line into the lead. Athena CNC is right behind in second place. And Move for Life is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Athena CNC and ACAR 77 are nose to nose at the front. Girl of Diamond and Move for Life are also locked in a close fight for third. Vicky is climbing up one spot to fifth. New for Life just overtook someone to take second place. Vicky is closing in on her next target. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing steadily, now in 7th. Lavi and Jerkplace are nose to nose for 9th place. Maya just slipped into 12th and is closing in. Naibe is creeping up to 15th. Inching closer to the pack. Maya is currently in the 12th place driving a Ford Mustang. Looks like a solid mid-pack position, but no signs of overtaking just yet. Athena CNC is currently in 3rd place, driving a Chevrolet Camaro. Their race seems steady but not quite close enough to challenge the leaders yet. Scott Dixon is in the 17th place, driving a Ford Mustang. Looks like he's stuck at the back, but still in the race, maybe saving fuel or just taking it easy. Scott Dixon is in the last place on the grid, with a Ford Mustang. Looks like he's struggling to keep up and might be just trying to stay on the track. Car 77 is comfortably leading and setting the pace. Looks like he's got this race under control. New for Life is currently in second place with a Ford Mustang. They set the fastest lap so far at 1:12.538. So they're definitely pushing hard. Looks like they're closing in on the leader. New for Life is currently in second place with a Ford Mustang that started in third. They've set the fastest lap so far at 1:12.538, so they're definitely pushing hard. Looks like they're closing in on the leader. Naiba is in 16th place with a Ford Mustang. Their fastest lap is 1:13.619, so they're holding a decent pace but still fighting to move up. Alan 656 is driving a Chevrolet Camaro with the slowest lap of 1 minute, 13 seconds, and 91 milliseconds. He's currently in 6th place, so he's holding steady but not making any big moves. Alan 656 is driving a Chevrolet Camaro and currently sits in 6th place. Their fastest lap is 1:13.901. So they're hanging in there but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a steady race, not much drama so far. The track's tight corners and short straights are favoring the more agile Mustangs, keeping the top spots competitive and making overtakes tricky. Nova Life is in second place and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for the win. Nulavi is in the 10th place driving a Ford Mustang. Their fastest lap is 1:13.216, which is pretty solid, but not quite enough to challenge the top. Looks like a steady race so far. Jerk Plays is in 9th place with a Ford Mustang. Their fastest lap is 1:13.522, so they're holding a decent pace but not quite challenging the top. Amy is currently in 15th place with a Chevrolet Camaro. Her fastest lap is 1:13.19, so she's holding a decent pace but still fighting to move up. Congratulations! Looks like all that practice paid off. Who knew you could actually win? Congrats to Ikara 77 for winning the race. That was a fantastic drive. You really knew how to handle those twists and turns. And a big shout out to New for Life for hitting the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 2021 Ford Mustang Trans AM. Vicky, you also did an impressive job overtaking. You're now eligible to claim the same model, the 2021 Ford Mustang Trans Am. Well done to both of you. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get those choices in. The clock's ticking, and we don't want anyone missing out on the fun. Hurry up and make your decision before it's too late. Alright, so we've got Sophie in a classic 1968 Pontiac Firebird and Vicky in a 1970 Javelin. Both are iconic muscle cars, but they're pretty different beasts. The Firebird is known for its sleek design and raw power, while the Javelin has that rugged, gutsy vibe. On this particular raceway layout, I'd probably lean towards Sophie and the Firebird. It's got that legendary muscle car reputation and a slight edge in speed and handling. But hey, don't count Vicky out just yet. The Javelin could surprise us if it's tuned just right. So my bet is on Sophie and the Firebird to take the win, but it's definitely not a guaranteed victory. These AI racers can be unpredictable, and that makes it all the more fun. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Old Bridge Township Raceway Park. And what a sight to see Gina Jones on pole in her vintage 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. Looks like she's got the early lead, but with AI racing, who knows how long that will last. Gina Jones is leading the race right now. Jackal is holding second place, trying to keep up. ERS Special is in third, but don't blink or they might lose that spot. Vicky and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for 6th place. Sophie and Vicky are fighting hard for 7. Scott Dixon and Sophie are locked in a close scrap for 8. Takedo Kibre is driving a 1972 BMW 2800 CS. They're currently in the 16th place, so not quite making the moves yet, but still in the mix. Looks like a steady race for now. Its Sarar is climbing to 14th place. Takedo Kibre is catching up to School Bus Rest TV, closing the gap by over a second. JC Productions is driving a 1975 Fiat X19 Dallara. Dotidi. Tu Alchidagor Se1. Nanilera Dada Daiwadi. They're currently in 19th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack, but still hanging in there. Bean Streams is driving a 1965 Ford Mustang GT. in Group 3. They're currently in the 12th place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Tyler Drums 31 is climbing to 15th place. Tokido Kibre is catching up to 16. Looks like the race is heating up. Loyalville Life is driving a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro, same as some others but with a different starting position. They're currently in 11th place, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Vicky is in 8th place, driving a 1970 AMC Javelin. The race looks steady for her, but she's got some cars ahead to chase down. Vicky is driving a 1970 AMC Javelin and is currently in 8th place. Her lap time is a bit slower than the leaders, but she's holding steady. Looks like she's trying to stay out of trouble and pick up some positions. Jackal is now in 1st place, pulling ahead of the pack. Nouveau Life is climbing up to 11th, making a solid move. Bean Streams is driving a 1965 Ford Mustang GT. They're currently in the 12th place and quite a bit behind the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Gina Jones is leading the race in a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Dodge. She's been quick with the fastest lap of 1 minute 19.590. Looks like she's holding her position well so far. Tyler Drums 31 is really having a rough time falling back to 23rd. Tokido Kibre just gained 1 spot to 15. Stephen Brinkley is also climbing up 1 position to 16. The tight corners and short straights are favoring the vintage Trans Am cars with quick lap times, keeping the top spots competitive. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Air Special is feeling the pressure from Amy, who is closing in fast. Stephen Brinkley is making a move up to 15, and Tokido Kibre is right behind him in 16. Bean Streams is driving a 1965 Ford Mustang GT in Group 3. They're currently in the 12th place, and their fastest lap is a 1:25.266. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Congratulations! Looks like you really know how to leave the competition in the dust at Old Bridge Township Raceway Park. Almost. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Jackal for winning the race. That was an impressive performance. You really know how to drive through the chaos. An amazing job to New Furley for grabbing the fastest lap. Gaia, you've earned that vintage Chevrolet Camaro. A true classic. Vicky, you also played your part well, winning the bet race and claiming the 1970 AMC Javelin. Looks like vintage Trans Am cars are hot property today. And Jackal, since you did the most overtakes, you get the 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. Way to dominate the traffic. Great effort all around. I guess these AI cars better watch out. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI vehicle will take the crown. Hurry up and make your selection. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. Gina Jones is behind the wheel of a 1995 McLaren F1 GTR, which is basically a legendary supercar with serious racing credentials. It's sleek, fast, and probably feels right at home on a track like NOLA Motorsports Park. Meanwhile, Jackal is riding in a 1996 Mitsubishi G2, which is a solid sports car but not exactly in the same league as the McLaren when it comes to raw speed and handling. Given the car choices, I'd put my chips on Gina winning this one. The McLaren F1 GTR has the edge in aerodynamics and power, which should give her a significant advantage. Jackal's Mitsubishi G2 might put up a good fight, but I doubt it can keep up with the sheer performance of that McLaren. It is going to be interesting to see how close Jackal can get though. Alright everyone, the race is off at NOLA Motorsports Park, and leading the pack is the Dreamkeeper in a classic 1993 Jaguar X J220. Starting strong, let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the others will bite back. The race kicks off with the Dreamkeeper leading the pack, Vicky holding strong in second, and Scott Dixon right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Scott Dixon and Vicky are nose to tail for second place. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are also fighting hard for third. I'm climbing up to 8th place now. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close duel for 7th. Amy and Maya are nose to tail in 8th place. Kufo has just overtaken someone to climb into 14th. Silent Fox at 13 is also making moves, now in 16th after gaining 1 position. Wauxi B just overtook JC Productions and is now in the 15th place. They are neck and neck, so this could get interesting. Hinga McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place. Silent Fox 413 is making a move to 16th. Silent Fox 213 and JC Productions are nose to nose for 15. Wauk CB is climbing up to 16th place. Rookie Miriki is also advancing to 17th place. Zion Fox 113 and Rookie Miriki are nose to nose for the 17th spot. Maya is slicing through the field and now leads the race. New for Life is dropping like a stone down to 16th. The Dreamkeeper and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. The Dreamkeeper and Maya are neck and neck for first place. Silent Fox 213 is climbing up to 15. Rookie Miriki is also on the move, now in 16. The Dreamkeeper takes the lead, climbing to first place. Vicky is right behind, moving up to second. Scott Dixon also advances, now in third. The top three are getting pretty cozy at the front. Gina Jones is driving a 1995 McLaren F1 GTR, a car known for its speed and handling. She's currently in fourth place, holding a solid position but not quite close enough to challenge the leaders yet. Gary 710 is driving a 1982 Holden Commodore Daytona. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, not making much noise or progress so far. It's Serrar is gaining on James Mayo, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Kufo has moved up one spot to 11th place. Story Forge and Kufo are battling closely for 11th place. Sealand Fox 213 advances to 14th place. New for Life climbs to 15th place. New for Life and WoW CB are neck and neck for 15. Hingo McCringleberry is racing a 1996 Mitsubishi GO. He's currently in 7th place, just behind Jackal and Gina Jones. His fastest lap is 1:41.962, which is pretty solid considering he's stuck behind some slower cars. Looks like he's making a move to climb up. Gary 710 has surged ahead, overtaking 18 cars to claim the lead. The Dreamkeeper and Gary 710 are nose-to-nose fighting for first place. It's Suraro and James Mayo are locked in a close duel for 10th. The Dreamkeeper takes the lead, climbing to first place. Vicky is right behind, moving up to second. Scott Dixon is also advancing, now in third. The top three are really mixing it up early. Kufo is gaining on it. Zero are closing the gap to just a few car lengths. New for Life is inching closer to Story Forge, not giving up. And Maya is making a move on Patsos, cutting nearly 3 seconds in a lap. Things are heating up at the front. Maya is gaining rapidly on Patsos, closing the distance by 6 seconds. New for Life is inching closer to Story Forge, chipping away at 2.44 seconds. New for life. Just overtook Story Forge for 12th place. Maya is closing the gap on Patsors, now only 1.8 seconds behind. Wow, the Dreamkeeper took the win. Looks like they're really dreaming of victory and woke up to it. Well done. Wow, the Dreamkeeper really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations on the victory. That was some exciting racing to watch. And congratulations to Maya for grabbing the fastest lap. Done it. A 1994 Nissan 300 ZX Turbo MSA. What a classic. Gina Jones, you earned that by winning the bet race, so enjoy that 1995 McLaren F1 GTR Sobe. Your overtaking skills are top-notch, so claiming the 1996 Toyota Sard MC8R is well-deserved. Great effort from everyone today. This race really kept us on the edge of our seats. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking, and this is your last chance to pick your favorite car. Make it count because soon we're diving into the race and you'll have to cheer for what you've chosen. Hurry up and make those selections before it's too late. Alright, so we've got Figure 8 Sport in a classic 1975, B Army, P2, 01, and Gina Jones in a 1975, Lotus 72E. Both are legendary cars from that era, but they each have their own quirks. The BRM P201 was known for its innovative design and handling, but it could be a bit temperamental on tight corners. The Lotus 72E, on the other hand, was celebrated for its aerodynamics and agility, especially on circuits like Gilles Villeneuve, with those long straightaways and chicanes. Given the circuit's characteristics, I'd lean slightly toward Gina's Lotus 72E. Its design should allow for better acceleration and cornering, which are crucial here. But hey, this is AI, so anything can happen. Where do you think the race is going to end up? Alright, everyone. The race is underway at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, and leading the pack is the Figure 8 Sport car, a classic 1975B Armin P201, sitting on the front row, ready to crank up the speed. Let's see if they can hold that pole position. Figure 8 Sport has taken an early lead, Gina Jones is right behind in second place. Rana Rampage is holding on to third for now. The pack is still tightly bunched up. AD Leave is climbing up to third place. James Mayo is making a move to 7th. Alex Has No Brain is advancing to 10th. AD Leave is holding off Gina Jones by a car length. Alex Has No Brain and Scott Dixon are wheel to wheel for 9th place. Chaotic Weirdo and Pat Source are trading positions every corner. AD Leave just sneaked into second place. Gina Jones and AD Leave are nose to nose for that spot. Scott Dixon and Jackal are also fighting hard for 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move, climbing 3 spots to reach the 20th place. Scott Dixon is inching closer, now in 8th place. Jackal and Scott Dixon are nose to tail, fighting for 8th position. Blanky Frankie is climbing up to 4th place. Alex Has No Brain is now in 9th. The Chaotic Weirdo and Jackal are nose to nose for 10th. Runner Rampage is climbing up to 4th place. Maya and the Chaotic Weirdo are locked in a close fight for 11th. Pat's Orts and Maya are battling it out for 12th. Runner Rampage and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 3rd place. I'm inching up to 12th, leaving behind a trail of smoke. The Chaotic Weirdo and I are locked in a fierce duel for 11th. Rana Rampage just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Gina Jones and Rana Rampage are nose to nose for that spot. The Chaotic Weirdo is climbing up to 11th place. Mutwolf is climbing up to 21st place. Mutwolf and Sovi are nose to nose for 20th. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Vicky and closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Mvu for Life is climbing up to 5th place. Jackal and the Chaotic Weirdo are battling it out for 10th. Looks like a close fight there. Blanky Frankie is climbing up to 5th place. Vicky and Mutwolf are nose to nose for 21st. No Woo for Life just overtook someone to take 5th place. Amy and Cheese and Dashhour are still locked in that tight fight for 15th. Sylvie and Scrooge Champ are nose to nose for the 19th spot. Vicky and Mutwolf are also locked in a close fight for 21st. James Mayo and Flanky Frankie are neck and neck for 6th place. Sylvie just gained 1 spot and is now in 19th. Vicky also moved up 1 spot, now in 21st. James Mayo just climbed 1 spot to take 6th place. Blanky Frankie and James Mayo are nose to tail for 6th. Maya is also on the move, advancing 1 spot to 11. New for Life is climbing up to 4th place. Gina Jones and Moo for Life are nose to nose for that spot. The Chaotic Weirdo is chipping away at Alex Has No Brain, closing the gap by a second and a tenth. Congratulations to Figure 8 Sport on their victory. Looks like they really drove away with it. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Figure 8 Sport. They really showed us how it's done out there. Great job staying ahead and crossing that finish line first. That was an impressive display of skill and speed. Cheers to you for winning. Definitely earned it. Alright, fun fact time. The 1965 Brabham BT7 was actually a racing car designed for the Formula 2 series. It was built by Brabham, a team that later became a legendary name in Formula 1. Interestingly, this car was known for its innovative engineering for the time, especially its lightweight construction and mid-engine layout, which gave it a bit of an edge on the track. It's basically the ancestor of many modern race cars, just with a bit more vintage flair, and probably a lot more elbow grease involved. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make that decision before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to root for your favorite machine. Hey there Adam K3. Welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again for some epic AI car racing action. Get ready for some heart-pounding moments. Oh wow! This is like a vintage Ferrari showdown. The 1964 Ferrari 158 was a pretty fierce contender back in the day, known for its agility and raw power. On the other hand, the 1965 Ferrari 1512, while also a classic, might not have the same punch, but could have some surprises up its sleeve. Given the cars and the era they come from, I'd probably lean towards Kev's Ferrari 158, just because it has that bit more reputation for speed and handling. But hey, Amy's 1512 could very well surprise us if the AI driver has a good day. Who do you guys think will take it? Alright folks, the race just kicked off at the Ailes track and Gina Jones is starting on pole position in a classic 1962 Lotus 25. Looks like she's got the early lead. but anything can happen in this chaotic AI showdown. Stay tuned. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, Gina Jones right behind her, and Zooksterkat rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight start. Let's see who can hold or overtake. Scott Dixon and Sophie are nose to tail for 5th place. Jackal just overtook someone to grab 8. Vicky is also climbing up to 10. Zooksterkat is climbing up to 2nd place. Gina Jones and Zooksterkat are nose to nose for that spot. Vicky is advancing to 9th place. Vicky and Jackal are fighting hard for 8. Vicky is climbing up 1 spot to take 8th place. Vicky and Beats with Kev are nose to nose fighting for 7. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Lotus 33, which is a classic F1 car from 1965. Looks like he's holding steady in 4th place. Not making any big moves, but staying in the mix. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 3rd place. Gina Jones and Hingle are nose to nose for that spot. Scott Dixon is also making a move, now in 5th. Hingle McCringleberry is really pushing ahead, now in the lead. Gina Jones has also made a move, climbing to 3rd place. Amy is closing in on the top 5, making her way through the pack. Beats with Kev is now in 5th place. He just overtook someone. Scott Dixon is right behind him, both fighting for 4th. Jackal has moved up to 8th place. He's closing in on Amy, who is just ahead in 7. Scott Dixon has just moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are now nose to nose for 3rd. Sophie and Beats with Kev are locked in a close fight for 5th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 3rd place. Sophie is also making a move, now in 5th. Looks like they're both on the prowl. Zooksterkat is driving a Lotus 33 from 1965. They're currently in the 3rd position, so their race looks pretty solid so far. Amy is currently in 8th place, with a Ferrari 1512. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress. Scott Dixon is climbing to 3rd place. Amy is advancing to 6th. Jackal and Vicky are locked in a close fight for 8th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 3rd place. Jackal is also making progress, now in 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is leading in a 1965 Lotus 33, which is known for its agility and classic design. Looks like he's maintaining a solid pace and holding on to the top spot comfortably. Scott Dixon is driving a Cooper T55 from 1961. He's currently in 4th place and has the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like he's pushing hard. Beatswityev is holding a solid 6th place, just behind Amy, who's in 8th. Looks like Kev might have the edge in pace, but Amy's not giving up easily. Race is tightening up. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry really sprinted to the finish line. Congratulations on the victory! Wow, what a legend! Hingle McCringleberry really pulled off an incredible triple crown today. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes, that's a masterclass in racing. Congratulations to them for truly dominating the track. And as for the drivers still in the running for a car, if you're feeling lucky, now's your chance. Remember, Hingle's got the fastest lap. So the 1965 Lotus 33 F1960 is on the line. Who's going to claim it next? If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Kalaboji Motorsports Park circuit, I would go with the 1998 BMW M5 E39. It combines power, handling, and a solid reputation for performance. Plus, its balanced chassis and engine make it a serious contender around tighter corners and long straights. It's like the Swiss Army knife of race cars in this list, ready for pretty much anything the track throws at it. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. Make your picks before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI throws out there. Hurry up, the race won't wait. Well, if we're talking about pure nostalgia and a bit of a classic showdown, I'd lean towards Cirirelia in the Ford Fiesta XR2. That car might be a bit small and quirky, but it's known for its agility and fun factor. Scott Dixon's Mitsubishi Galant VR4 is no slouch either. It's got some serious turbo potential and all-wheel drive. Still, the VR4 might struggle a little on the tight turns of Kalaboji compared to the nimble Fiesta. Though honestly, I'd probably put my chips on Cirirelia to take the win, unless Scott Dixon manages to unleash some turbocharged magic. Either way, it's going to be an entertaining race. Alright folks, we're kicking off at Kalaboji with retro slow cars. And guess what? I'm on pole with my vintage 1990 Mazda Unos Cosmo. Let's see if this oldie can keep up. Maya is leading the race right now with a solid start. Lotusos is right behind in second place, trying to keep up. Zeroria is in third, but I wouldn't count out any surprises just yet. Lotusos is now in first place. Scott Dixon has climbed to third. Jackal has moved up to sixth. The race is heating up. Adam K3 and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 10th place. Sovi is sneaking into 13th. Dinahima and Mutwolf are wheel to wheel for 16th. GM Prime and Cyrelia are nose to tail for 4th place. Adam K3 just gained a spot and is now in 10th. Joe Zanks Coast and Sovi are locked in a close fight for 13th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Gina Jones is closing in on the pack, now in 17th. Sierra Aurelia is dropping like a stone, now in 23rd. Amy is still in 14th but gaining ground. Adam K3 is climbing nicely into 7th place. Mutwolf is making a charge, gaining 2 spots to sit in 13. Amy and Mutwolf are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Looks like a close one. Adam K3 is climbing to 6th place. New for Life is narrowing the gap on Blaming Buddha by a second and a half. Mutwolf is advancing to 12th place. Adam K3 is climbing to 5th place. Lo Kaiju is now 7th. Hingle McCringleberry is sneaking into 10th. Blaming Buddha is closing in on Buckybird, cutting the gap by nearly 4 seconds. They're battling hard for 8th place. Gina Jones and Sovi are also nose to nose for 15th. Scott Dixon is driving a 1987 Mitsubishi Galant VR4. He's currently in 3rd place, making a solid run. Looks like he's holding steady and staying competitive. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 9th place. Mutwolf is also advancing to 10th. Amy and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 12th. Adam K and GM Prime are locked in a tight fight for 4th place. Le Kaiju is climbing up to 6th. Amy is making her way to 12th. Adam K3 is climbing to 4th place. Le Kaiju is now 5th. Jackal has moved into 6th. The race is heating up. Sovi is making a move, climbing to 14. Beats with Kef is right behind, also up 3 spots to 15. Vargala Svet is not holding back, jumping 3 places to 16. Trihar Triad just swept through the field to take the lead. Maya and Trihar Triad are nose to tail for 1st place. Beatsvidkef nudges into the top 15, climbing 1 spot. Maya and Trihar Triad are neck and neck for the lead. Gina Jones is closing in on Amy. and has cut the gap to just over a second. Sovi is climbing up to 15th place, making moves through the pack. Vicky is making a charge, climbing 3 spots to reach 16. Maya has just grabbed the top spot, inching ahead of Lotusos, who is now second. The race for first is heating up with Maya and Lotusos neck and neck. Triad is driving a 1997 Mitsubishi G2 twin turbo, known for its power and speed. They're currently in the last place, so it looks like the race is not going their way today. Lukayu is really closing in on Adam JT3, just a second and a half behind now. Amy has climbed up 1 spot to 9th place. Dina Jones has also moved up 1 spot, now in 10th. Ingo McCringleberry is driving a 1988 Porsche 944 Turbo. He's currently in 8th place, hanging on with a decent lap time but not quite catching the leaders. Looks like he's holding steady but not making any dramatic moves. Adam T3 just moved up to 3rd place. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on Jackal, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Beatswikef is gaining on Buckybird, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. The battle for 11th place is heating up between Beatswikef and Buckybird. Lutusos is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by 1.30 seconds. Beatswikef is climbing up to 11th place. Senyahima is moving up to 16th place. Mutwolf is driving a 1988 Porsche 944 Turbo S. They're currently in 8th place, but their lap time is significantly slower at 2 minutes 40 seconds and some change. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Congratulations to Lotusos on winning the race. Looks like speed and skill paid off. Well done. Wow, Lotusos took the win. Congratulations on that impressive victory. You drove that race like a true champion. And hey, Scott Dixon, you did some serious work winning the bet race. You now have the opportunity to claim a 1987 Mitsubishi Galant VR4. That's a classic ride. Make sure to enjoy it and maybe give it a little extra care, since it's got that retro street car charm. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because a Finisto is known for its tight corners and quick changes in direction. It's not so much about raw speed but about how well the car can stick to the road and respond to sudden maneuvers. A good balance between downforce and responsiveness would make all the difference. Acceleration and braking are also key since you need to snap into those hairpins without losing control. So, in short, precision and control take the spotlight here over outright top speed. Oh wow, those are some pretty classic choices, aren't they? The 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B has this vintage charm and might have a bit of a weight advantage. But the 1960 Scarab Indy is known for its innovative design and might surprise us with its handling. Honestly, it's a tough call, because it all comes down to how well these AI models have been trained to handle such iconic cars on Albanisto. If I had to pick, I'd lean toward the Scarab Indy because it has a reputation for being a bit more agile. But don't count out the Curtiss Craft just yet. This race could go either way, and I can't wait to see which one the AI decides to push to the limit. Alright folks, the race kicks off at A Finisto where Scott Dixon is starting on pole. But get this, he's behind the wheel of a 1952 Kuzma Offie in the classic IndyCar class. It's like mixing vintage charm with high-speed chaos. Buckle up! Scott Dixon has taken an early lead, with Beef Sliders right behind in second place. Figure Sport is holding on to third, but expect some shuffling soon. Beef Sliders just overtook to take the lead. Detoxins is closing in on second place. Its Bumblebee is making a move up to fifth. Its Bumblebee is now in fourth place. Adam K3 and Move for Life are still neck and neck for 10th. Lirache has advanced to 12th. Adam and K3 and Move for Life are locked in a close fight for 10th place. Der Let's Go is inching forward, climbing one spot to 18th. Someone and Der Let's Go are battling it out for 18th place. Its Bumblebee just overtook someone to take third place. Detoxness and its Bumblebee are nose to nose for third. Jamia Cat is climbing up to sixth. Hingle Me Kringleberry is climbing to seventh place. Dorog and Hingle are nose to nose for that spot. Jackal is making a move to 15th. It's Bumblebee and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for second place. No for Life just slipped into 10th, and Lyra Shy is knocking on the door of 11th. It's Bumblebee is now in second place, climbing 1 spot. Figureta Sport has gained 2 spots and is now in third. Detoxins and Scott Dixon are nose to nose fighting for 4th place. Dr. Felix is climbing to 17th place. Druerfals is making a move to 24th. Who's next to make a surprise move? In Air Savage advances to 20th place. Gina Jones also climbs to 21st. Druerfals is closing in on Captain Trippy, shrinking the gap by 1.4 seconds. Adam Guthrie is climbing up to 9th place. Yay, Master Tiga 9000 Adam GT3 are nose to nose for 9th. Captain Trippy is making a move to 22nd. Deserts is closing the gap on Sovi, now just a few seconds behind. It's Bumblebee has taken the lead and is in 1st place. Figureta Sport has moved up to 2nd place, inching closer to the top. Beef Sliders is on a tier, overtaking 4 cars to take the lead. Adam Kay just moved up 1 spot to 8. Nova Life also gained 1 position, now in 10th. The track's tight corners are favoring the classic cars with better handling like the Miseratus and Curtis Crafts, causing some unexpected overtakes. Dixertz's car is a 1958 Maserati 250F, which is quite a classic. Their race looks like it's been a bit of a disaster, with a lap time of 99.99. Probably a glitch or a crash. Anonymity 3 is climbing up to 12th place. Dr. Felix is now in 15th. Senora Savage is chipping away at the gap, closing in by over a second and a quarter. Scott Dixon is climbing to 4th place. Juggy Cat is now in 5th. Dor Rogue has moved into 6th. Looks like everyone's eager to make a move today. Detoxins is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to take 4th place. Someone just nudged up 1 spot to 18. Sovi's driving a 1957 Curtis Craft 500B. Looks like they're making a late charge from the back, currently in 27. Might be setting up for a surprise move. Hot Bolognese is climbing nicely to 17th place. Captain Trippy is also making moves up to 21st. Gina Jones and Captain Trippy are nose to tail for 21st. The track's tight corners and short straights are favoring the more agile cars and drivers who can handle the twists well. Overtakes are tricky, so patience is key. Congratulations to Beef Sliders on their victory. Looks like they really know how to steer their way to the top at Afinisto. Well deserved. Wow! What a fantastic victory for Beef Sliders! Congratulations on dominating the race. I guess all those sliders paid off in speed today. Well, deserved. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Oschersleben has quite a few twisty corners and chicanes. The car needs to be nimble enough to navigate through tight turns without losing too much speed. Braking stability is also crucial because some of those corners require precise slowing down without compromising overall speed. Power is nice, but in this case, I'd prioritize how well the car can stick to the road and change direction swiftly. That way, the AI drivers can really showcase their finesse rather than just raw horsepower. Oh wow, two American muscle cars going head-to-head on Oschersleben. This is going to be interesting. The Chevrolet Camaro is known for its sharp handling and balanced performance. Meanwhile, the Ford Mustang has that raw power and aggressive stance. It's like watching two fierce competitors in a show-off. Honestly, I'd say it could come down to who handles the curves better because straight-line speeds might be close. But I have a sneaky feeling the Camaro might edge out the Mustang just because of its slightly more refined handling on a tricky track. Of course, in the world of AI racing, anything can happen. So let's see if that prediction holds up. Alright folks, Sovi's got the pole in the Trans Am class, driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro. Let's see if he can hold that lead at the Oschersleben track. Schrawn takes the lead right out of the gate. Sovi is holding strong in second place. Jackal is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight start. Move for life. Just overtook someone to take third place. Vicky is climbing up to fifth. Scott Dixon and Amy are nose to tail fighting for seventh. Move for life. Just overtook Sovi for second place. Looks like that battle is heating up. Gina Jones is climbing to fifth, inching closer to the top 5. Sovi is now in second place, closing the gap. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed to 10th. Not bad. Captain Canadian is in 12th, inching forward. Scott Dixon, Aim, are nose to tail for 7th place. Maya just gained a spot and is now in 13th. Autumn Thunderbird and King Rhett are locked in a close fight for 16th. Fiat Empress is climbing to 8th place. Ingo McCringleberry is now 9th. Dr. Keep Saplaway has moved into 10th. The pack is tightening up. Captain Canadian is currently in 11th place on a Ford Mustang. Their race seems steady, but not quite as aggressive as others up front. Jackal just overtook New for Life and is now in 3rd place. New for Life is trying to fight back but still behind. The gap is closing. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Ford Mustang and is currently in the 9th place. Looks like they're making a steady climb through the field. Darigus is climbing up to 12th place. Amy is getting closer to Autumn Thunderbird, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Gina Jones is driving a Ford Mustang and is currently in 5th place. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Hingle McCringleberry is currently in 9th place, driving a Ford Mustang. The race looks tight for him, but he's still in the thick of it. Sean is holding a narrow lead over Jackal, but with only 1 lap left, it's all about who can keep it clean and fast. Sean has the edge, but don't count out Jackal just yet. Amy is currently in 7th place with a Ford Mustang. Their fastest lap is around 1:41. The race seems to be a bit of a struggle for them, as they are quite a few positions behind the leaders. Hingle McCringleberry and the Off Empress are nose to nose for 8th place. Darigos just gained 1 spot and is now 11th. Captain Canadian and Darigos are also battling for 11th. So expect some fireworks there. Dr. Keeps Applewele is climbing up to 9th place. Darigos is also moving up to 10th. Looks like they're both on the rise. Captain Canadian is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang and is currently in the 12th place. Their fastest lap is 1:40.461. So they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Sophie is gaining on Sean with a 1.1 second reduction. Vicky is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. King Root has climbed 1 spot to 18th place. Sophie is leading the race in a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro. Their fastest lap is slightly quicker than Shron's, so they seem to be holding a strong pace and maintaining the top spot pretty comfortably. And Woo for Life is sitting in 3rd place with a fastest lap of 1:40.1242. Their car is a Chevrolet Camaro, and they seem to be holding steady just behind the leaders. Looks like a solid race so far. Sophie is leading the race in a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro, starting from the 1st position. Their fastest lap is slightly quicker than Shron's, so they seem to be holding a solid pace and maintaining the lead well. Shron is holding a slim lead over Jackal, but with only 1 lap to go, it's anyone's game. Shron has the pace, but Jackal is right behind, waiting for a mistake. Sharon just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Sharon really took the win. Congrats to them. Looks like all those virtual laps paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep up their streak in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars to win on the Highland circuit, I'd probably go with the 1962 Facel Vega Facel. 2. It's stylish and powerful with a V8 engine that should give it a good edge in acceleration and top speed. Plus it's got that classic luxury vibe that might just help it glide through the twists and turns with a bit more grace. I can't see the smaller or vintage cars having quite enough punch to keep up with this beauty in a race that's all about speed and agility. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking, and we don't want any last-minute panic buying. Get those selections in before it's too late and your favorite car gets snatched up. Alright, this is a classic duel between vintage giants. Gina Jones in that sleek 1935 Bugatti Type 57 Aerolite has style and a bit of historic flair on her side. But let's be honest, that car might be a tad behind in modern technology. Vicky in the 1963 Ferrari 250G Berlinetta, on the other hand, has a legendary reputation for speed and agility. I'd say Vicky's chances look pretty good, especially on Highlands where handling and modern aerodynamics can make a difference. But hey, with vintage cars, you never know. A little bit of luck or a slight misstep from Vicky could swing it Gina's way. I'm putting my chips on Vicky, but I wouldn't count out the charm of that classic Bugatti just yet. Alright everyone, Frago is taking the lead in that vintage 1957 Ferrari 250G California. Looks like the slow and steady approach might be working here. Let's see if anyone can catch up. Rusna Palm 6 has taken an early lead, with Fragout right behind in second place. Ingo McCringleberry is currently in third, trying to keep up. Ingo McCringleberry just moved up one spot to take second place. Ingo McCringleberry and Rusnapalm 6 are nose to nose for the lead. Ragu and Hingle McCringleberry are also locked in a close fight for second. Hingle McCringleberry is now in first place. Ragu has moved up to second. Rusnapalm 6 is right behind them, battling hard for second place. Vicky is climbing up to third place. Amy is also moving up one spot. Rusnapalm 6 and Amy are nose to nose for fourth. Team Tinatea is climbing to seventh place. Jackal and Team Tinatea are neck and neck for that spot. Shattered Pixel and Sovi are fighting hard for the 13th position. Vicky and Fragout are nose to nose for second place. Maya just grabbed the 5th spot, inching closer. Team Tinatea is also climbing, now in 6th. Things are heating up. Vicky is now in second place, closing the gap. Ragut and Vicky are neck and neck for that second spot. Team Tinatea is climbing to 5th, making moves. Team Tinatea and Amy are neck and neck for 4th place. That's Marius gained a spot to 12th. Nuo for Life and Fish Inc. are battling hard for 16th. Team Tinatea is holding strong in 4th place. Amy and Team Tinatea are still neck and neck for that spot. Scott Dixon just gained one position and is now in 8th place. Rusnapalm 6 and Scott Dixon are battling closely for 8. Scott Dixon has climbed one spot to 7th place. Yucky Ramen has also moved up one spot to 9. Rusnapalm 6 and Yucky Ramen are nose to tail for 9th place. Scott Dixon and Maya are nose to tail for 6th place. Betsmar and Rusnapalm 6 are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Dovi and Betsmar are also close for 11th. Maya is closing in on Team Tinatea, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Betsmar has moved up 2 spots to take 9th place. Yucky Ramen and Betsmar are now nose to nose in a fierce fight for 9th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 13th place. Rusnapalm 6 and Gina are fighting hard for that spot. New for Life is sneaking closer to Fish Inc.'s, closing the gap by a full 1.5 seconds. Team Tinatea is climbing to 4th place. Betsmar is also moving up to 8. Jackal and Betsmar are nose to nose for 8. Betsmar is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap to just over a second. Jackal and Betsmar are nose to nose for 8th place. Shattered Pixel and Yucky Ramen are locked in a close fight for 11th. Betsmar is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Sovi has moved up one spot into 9th place. Yucky Ramen and Jackal are nose to tail fighting for 10th place. Yucky Ramen is climbing up to 10th place. Rusnapalm 6 has gained 2 spots and is now in 13th. Gina Jones and Rusnapalm 6 are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Scott Dixon just nudged into 6th place. Maya and Scott are nose to tail for that spot. Betsma and Maya are also locked in a close fight for 7th. Things are heating up. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing up 1 spot. Shattered Pixel is gaining on Yakaraman, cutting the distance by over a second. Sovi and Betsmar are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Shattered Pixel and Yakaraman are also locked in a close fight for 10th. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry really showed everyone how it's done. Congrats on the win, champion! Wow, what a race! Big congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for not only crossing the finish line in 1st, but also setting the fastest lap. Truly impressive driving there. You are now able to claim a 1968 Pontiac Bonneville. Nice choice if you're into vintage street cars. Get ready to turn some heads on the streets. And a huge shout out to Vicky for winning the bet race. You get to claim a gorgeous 1963 Ferrari 250G Berlinetta Dadanetta. That's a classic that's sure to make anyone jealous. Well done everyone, this was a race to remember. Here's a fun fact for you all about the all-random racing car class. These cars are like the surprise packages of the race world. You never know what you're going to get next, whether it's a rocket on wheels or a turtle in disguise. It keeps things exciting, because every race is a fresh adventure, and the drivers have to adapt to whatever random beast they get assigned. It's basically the roulette of racing classes, and honestly, it's a blast to watch. Alright folks, the clock's ticking down, so if you want to pick your favorite car, now's the time. Hurry up before the virtual pit stop closes. Wow, what a classic versus modern showdown. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is piloting a 1958 Lotus 16, which is pretty much a vintage legend from the early days of racing. On the other hand, Amy is racing a 1997 Vector M12 ASR, a more contemporary machine with maybe a bit more tech and speed under the bonnet. If I had to take a wild guess, I'd say the Vector might have a slight edge on the straightaways thanks to its newer design, and likely better acceleration. But don't count out the vintage Lotus, it could surprise us with some elegant handling and charm. So, who will win? I think it might come down to the track conditions and how well each driver adapts to their car. But if I had to pick, I'd go with Amy and the Vector for the win, just because of the technological advantage. Still, this will be a close race, so let's see what happens. Alright folks, Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is kicking things off in style with a classic 1958 Lotus 16 on pole at Imola Vintage. Buckle up, this is going to be interesting. Right at the start, Amy is leading the race, followed by Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios in second place and Gina Jones in third. Looks like Amy is trying to set the pace early on. Hingo McCringleberry just nudged into 5th place. Looks like the race is heating up with him and Vicky battling for 4th. AXAX Natit and Hingo McCringleberry are also nose to tail for that 5th spot. Who's gonna blink first? Hingo McCringleberry is climbing nicely to 3rd place. Maya is also making moves. Now in 5th, Maya and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 4th. Looks like a fun little scrap there. Hingo McCringleberry is really closing in on Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios. Just a 2.5 behind now. They're battling hard for 2nd place. I'm moving up 1 spot into 4th, so watch out for some overtaking action coming up. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is dropping like a stone, now in 11th place. Maya is climbing fast, now in 2nd place. Gina Jones is also moving up, now in 4th. Scott Dixon is driving a 1973 Holden Monaro, a classic muscle car known for its raw power. He's currently in the 10th place, so he's making his way up slowly but surely. Amy is leading the race in a Vector M12 SR, starting 2nd, and holding the top spot comfortably. Looks like she's got a good grip on the track so far. Move for Life and Jackal are neck and neck for 7th place. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is closing in on Sovi fast, just 1.6 seconds behind now. Root 3 Boy is leading the race and has a good chance to hold on unless Amy pulls off a miracle. The gap is still manageable. LXEXCTNT is driving a 1954 Connaught Type B Dart.Dot. They're currently in 7th place and seem to be holding steady, but with the pack so tight, a move forward could happen anytime. Maya is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. Looks like a move might be coming soon. Sovi is also closing in on Scott Dixon, matching the same gap reduction. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Imola's tight corners are shaking up the order, especially for the slower cars. The Vector M12s are holding strong at the front, but the vintage street cars and F1 classics are struggling to keep pace. New for Life is currently in 8th place, with a 1969 Pontiac GTO. Their fastest lap is a 1:56.153, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a classic muscle car battle behind the leaders. Hingham McCringleberry is holding the fastest lap, but is in third place, so he's probably just saving his best for lap. Maya's car is a Vector M12 SR, starting 9th and currently in second place. She's been faster than most, with her best lap being a 1:37.88. Looks like she's closing in on Amy at the front. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow, congratulations to Amy. You really dominated that race. Well-deserved win. And hey, even if you didn't take the top spot, Hingham McCringleberry, you were in the fastest lap. So you get to claim the awesome 1997 Vector M12 SR. That is a sweet ride. Maya, you made the most overtakes today. That's impressive. You get to add that 1997 Vector M12, a SR, to your collection. Looks like everyone's a winner today in some way or another. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your final picks or suffer the consequences of a very boring car for this race. Hurry up and choose wisely. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The Hill GH1 and the Williams FW04 from 1975 both have their charms. But they also have their quirks. The Hill, with its lightweight design and agile handling, might just have the edge on a tighter track like Kalami Vintage. On the other hand, the Williams FW04, while a bit more stable, might struggle a tad in the corners due to its slightly heavier build. Honestly, I'd lean towards Gina Jones in the Hill GH1, just because the car's nimbleness could be the key here. But hey, anything can happen with AI racing. Let the virtual race begin and see who comes out on top. Alright everyone, The race is kicking off at the Kailami Vintage Track, and look at that. Move for Life is starting on pole in the classic 1975 Williams FW04. Let's see if Vintage Speed can dominate today. The race kicks off with Move for Life taking the lead, followed closely by Scott Dixon in second place. Anonymous Ninity 3 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight start already. Rob Sizzle just overtook Scott Dixon and now sits in second place. They're still close, but Rob Swizzle has the edge. Jacko and Anonymous Ninity 3 are neck and neck for fourth place. No clear winner yet. Mighty Chunk is making a move, climbing 4 spots to take the 10th place. Jacko is gaining ground, moving 2 spots up to 3rd. Cheryl Needs Roses is also on the rise, climbing 2 spots to 5th. Akvaiti just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th place. Ixnobodixo also moved up 1 spot, settling into 11th. Vicky and Dralitsko are still locked in a close fight for 19th. Cheryl Needs Roses and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 4th place. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 13. Dralitsko and Sylvie are locked in a close fight for 18th. Ottilie Artorias and Maya are neck and neck for the 13th spot. Gina Jones and Ottilie Artorias are also trading paint for the 14th position. Timborghini Tube and Annie are locked in a close fight for 16th place. Timborghini Tube just gained 1 spot and is now in 16th place. Vicky and Just Chanette are nose to nose for 21st. Tangudoki DTV and Vicky are also locked in a close fight for 22nd. Akvaiti just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Maya is climbing up to 12th. Connor Malady and Maya are nose to nose for that 12th spot. Mighty Chunk and Vargala Svet are nose to tail for 9th place. Maya is inching up to 10th. Ixnobodixo and Naya are locked in a fierce scrap for 11th. Timborghini Tube is climbing nicely to 14th place. Connor Malady and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 15th. Tanguducky DTV and Imus Gordon are neck and neck for 21st. Maya is holding steady in the top 10. Deletzko and Connor Malady are nose to nose for the 17th spot. Amy just climbed to 16th. Looks like she's on the move. Ixnobodixo is driving a Shadow D in 5. They're currently in the 13th position, a bit behind the leaders. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the front runners, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Shran and Anonymous Ninity 3 are neck and neck for 7th place. Mighty Chunk and Vargala Svet are locked in a close fight for 9th, and it looks like Maya and Mighty Chunk are battling it out for 10th. Tron just climbed one spot to 7th place. Mighty Chunk is making a 2-position jump to 8. Ateliatorius moved up one spot to 12. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Cheryl Mitsuros just overtook Scott Dixon and is now in 4th place. Scott Dixon and Cheryl Mzirosis are neck and neck for that 4th spot. Zombush 86 and Just Teeth are fighting hard for 20th place. Akvaiti just overtook someone to take 5th place. Akvaiti and Cheryl Mzirosis are nose to nose for 4th. Tron is climbing up to 6th. Mighty Chunk advances to 7th place. Vargala Svet climbs to 9th. Anonymous 93 and Vargala Svet are nose to nose for the 9th spot. Ateliatorius is climbing to 10th place. Timborghini Tuba is now in 12th. Gina Jones is sneaking into 14th. Akvathi just moved up one spot to take 4th place. Sean is closing in on Cheryl Mzirosis, chipping away at the gap by almost 2 seconds. Amy is gaining on Ixnobadixel, closing the distance by over 2 seconds. Wow, just what we expected from the champion. Congratulations on the win! Wow! Leading the race and grabbing the fastest lap? Life really knows how to turn up the heat. Congrats on both achievements. Now, as the driver who finished in first and snagged the fastest lap, you get to claim the 1975 Williams FW04. Looks like your collection just got a whole lot more aerodynamic. Sure. Did you know that the combined streetcars racing class often features vehicles that are almost street legal, but have just enough modifications to make them race ready? It's like turning your daily driver into a part-time race car without losing the practicality. So, technically, some of these cars could still hit the grocery store after the race, if they don't dominate the track first. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your cars before time runs out. We don't want any of you to miss out on the fun. Get those selections in and let's see which ones dominate the race. Oh, this is a tasty matchup. The Mercedes SLR McLaren is a classic with some serious speed. But the Dodge Viper AC is like a wild beast with its aggressive handling and raw power. Given the race is at Deep Forest Raceway, a track with twists and turns, I might lean towards the Viper because of its agility. But don't count out the Mercedes, especially if it can utilize its stability and smooth acceleration. Honestly, it's too close to call, but I'd say the edge might go to the Dodge Viper just because of its aggressive design and track-focused setup. Let's see if the AI can surprise us. Alright, everyone. The race is underway at Deep Forest Raceway, and Sovi has taken the pole position. Behind the wheel of a 2020 Chevrolet Corvette C8. Let's see if that speedy American can hold off the pack. Sovi has taken the lead right out of the gate. Hingle McCringleberry is holding strong in second place. Shikamaru is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Lacroixon 1980 is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 4 cars. Oakswell is making moves too, now in 10th after passing 3. Scott Dixon just nudged into 3rd, gaining 1 spot. Oakswell is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Amy is also making moves, now in 11th. Lacroixon in 1980 just nudged into 4th. Lacroixon 1980 is driving a 2015 Porsche 911 Turbo S. They're currently in 5th place and seem to be holding steady, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. Gina Jones is making a nice climb up the field, overtaking 3 cars to reach 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is holding onto the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st. Lacroixon in 1980 is also on the rise, climbing 1 position to 3rd. Sovi takes the lead, now in 1st place. Lacroixon 1980 is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, shaving off 1.1 seconds. Oakswell climbs up to 5th, making the move. Oakswell just overtook someone to take 4th place. Vicky is climbing up to 7th. Vicky and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 6th. Vicky just snuck past Gina Jones to claim the 6th spot. Looks like they're about to have a close fight for that position. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th place. Vicky and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 6th. I and Shikamaru are locked in a tight fight for 9th. Hingle McCringleberry is now in the lead, just ahead of Sovi. Sovi is trying to find a way around, but Hingle McCringleberry is holding strong. Vicky has climbed up to 6th place, making her way through the pack. Sovi just took the lead, leaving the rest in the dust. La Croissant 1980 is chipping away at Hingle McCringleberry, with a 2.7-second gap now. Gina Jones is hot on August Wolfie's tail, closing in by 2.9 seconds. Maya is closing in on Scott Dixon fast, now just 5 seconds behind. Vicky is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap to 1.5 seconds. New for Life has climbed 1 spot to take 8th place. The track's tight corners seem to favor the modern street cars, especially Sovi and Hingle, while the retro and vintage cars are struggling to keep pace. Hingle McCringleberry is now in first place. Oxlolfeye is closing the gap on La Croissant 1980 by 1.5 seconds, and I am climbing up to 8th place, slowly but surely. Amy is in the 14th place with a 2013 Ferrari 458 Special. She's currently behind the leader by over 9 seconds, and seems to be struggling to keep up with the front runners. New for Life is gaining on Scott Dixon fast, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Shalesy just moved up 1 spot to 12. Shalesy's driving a 1990 Toyota Supra, a classic with a reputation for balance. Looks like they're struggling a bit, currently in 7th place, and quite a way behind the leaders. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the win? Looks like someone's been practicing their victory dance. Well deserved. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry really pulled off an impressive win today. Congratulations on taking the checkered flag, and a special shout out for the fastest lap, claiming the 2019 SE Tuatera is quite the reward. Looks like Hingle's gonna be the envy of the virtual garage now. Who's next to claim a car? Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time. The countdown is almost over, so get those selections in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI-powered beast will dominate the race. Here's a fun fact about the 2009 Toro Rosso STR4. It was actually a pretty quick little car, considering it was from a team that wasn't exactly fighting at the top of the grid. It managed to hold its own, and even scored some points, showing that sometimes smart engineering and a good driver can punch above your weight. Plus, the STR4 had a distinctive livery that made it stand out on the track. Kind of like that one friend who always dresses to impress, even if they're just going to the grocery store. Wow, this is quite the matchup. Hingle McCringleberry in the 2009 Force India v JM2, a car that's known for being a bit underdog and quirky. Meanwhile, Vicky's got the Ferrari F60, which is a more refined and aggressive racing machine. Based purely on the car choices and their reputation, I'd say Vicky's Ferrari has the edge here. The Ferrari's power and handling are probably going to give Vicky a good shot at leading early and holding on to it. Hingle's Force India might put up a good fight, but I wouldn't bet against the Ferrari's proven track record in tight races. Who are you thinking? Ready to see the underdog surprise us all? Alright everyone, Gina Jones is leading the pack from pole position in her 2009 Force India v JM02. Let's see if she can hold her spot as the race gets underway here. Yes, Marina. Gina Jones is leading the race right now, followed closely by Aya Rafael in second place. Jacko is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Belthane the Beast is charging through the field, now in 12th place. Zademo Giamis is making a move, climbing 5 spots to 14. Wenty Tapsambongix has inched up 1 position to 8th. Dr. Monkey 13 is charging through the field, now in 14th place after overtaking 6 cars. Maya is having a rough patch, dropping 7 spots to 20. Zovi is climbing steadily, now in 8th place after gaining 1 position. Autoliatorius is climbing up to 4th place. Rex Nserar and Scott Dixon are neck and neck for 5th. Zovi and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 7th. Rex Nserar is climbing to 5th place. Sovi is also moving up to 7th. Sovi and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 6th. Vicky is driving a Ferrari F60 and started in the 13th position. Looks like she's gained some spots and is currently in the 11th place. The race seems to be heating up for her. Vicky and Wenty Tapsambongix are locked in a tight fight for 9th place. Belthane the Beast is creeping up on Lotusos, chipping away at the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move on Suprathri, closing in by just over a 2nd. Autoliatorius is driving a McLaren MP 424. Looks like they're holding a solid 4th place, probably enjoying the view from the front of the midfield pack. The F1 2009 cars are pretty evenly matched here, so the track at UAE's Marina is likely favoring skill over raw speed. The top positions are tightly packed, so driver consistency and race strategy are probably the biggest factors. New for Life is driving a Red Bull RB5. They are currently in 7th place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Sir Prothry is driving a Braun BGP 001. and is currently in the 15th place. Looks like they're hanging around the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Gina Jones is leading in a 2009 Force India VJM02. She's been fast and consistent, holding the top spot without much trouble so far. Looks like she's got her race under control. Otelatorius is leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got the pace to stay at the front unless something dramatic happens. Otelatorius is leading with the fastest lap, so he's clearly got the pace but needs to keep it consistent to stay ahead. Rex Nseror is driving a Braun B GP001 and currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Otelatorius and Jackal are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Rex Nseror is sneaking closer, chipping away at the gap. Dr. Monkey 13 just made a little leap forward, claiming the 13th spot. Jackal is driving a Ferrari F60 and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like the Ferrari is holding up well, but they're not quite close enough to challenge the leaders yet. Wow! Gina Jones just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was born to race. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Gina Jones really took the checkered flag with style. Big congratulations to her on a fantastic race. And hey, since she also snagged the fastest lap, she's got her eye on that sleek 2009 Force India VJM02. Vicky, congratulations on winning the bet race. You now have the chance to claim that beautiful 2009 Ferrari F60. Looks like everyone's leaving with a prize today. Stay tuned for the next round and more high-speed fun. Alright, fun fact about the 1966 Matra MS7 is that this little French marvel was actually a trailblazer in lightweight racing technology. It was built with a very minimalistic approach, focusing on agility and handling rather than raw power. It managed to punch well above its weight in racing, proving that sometimes less really is more. Plus, it had a unique aerodynamic design that made it look like it was ready to take off. which is pretty cool for a car from the 60s. Ooh, this is quite the vintage showdown. Blanky Frankie with that classic Techno P, a 68 versus Feskies, and his sleek Matra M S7. Both cars are from the same era but have very different reputations. The Techno is known for its unique design and agility, but the Matra M S7 has a reputation for its aerodynamic efficiency and speed. Given the track layout, and the fact that we're racing vintage beauties, I might lean toward the Matra MS7. It tends to have a slight edge in straight line speed and handling on tight curves. But don't count out Flanky Frankie flipping the script with some vintage charm and agility. So, I'd say the race is probably going to be very close. But I'd put my money on the Matra MS7 coming out slightly ahead. Let's see if the vintage magic can pull off a surprise. Alright everyone, the race is on at Old Bridge Township Raceway Park, and leading the pack is Jabu Ogi in the pole position. He's driving a classic 1966 Matra M7 in the Formula 2 1966 Class Daddy. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the others have a surprise up their sleeves. Jay Boogie has shot to the front, taking the lead right out of the gate. Taka Tiguerdo is holding strong in second place, while Fuso is hanging on in third. Looks like a pretty tight battle already. Feskies is climbing up to 7th place. Blanky Frankie and Feskies are nose to tail for that same spot. Gina Jones is making a move to 11. Blanky Frankie is climbing up to 7th place. Ren Kaori is also moving up to 22nd. Hinga Mi Kringleberry and Ren Kaori are nose to nose for 22nd. Dahai Guardo is driving a Techno PA68 and currently holds 2nd place. Their race looks steady, but they're still chasing the leader with no overtakes reported yet. Maricus is in 6th place driving a 1966 Matra MS7 Taunt. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any dramatic moves yet. Kilo Julieta is driving a Techno P, a 68, and is currently in the last place. Looks like their race is not going well so far. Ebony Shadow is in 10th place, driving a Matra MS7. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Blanky Frankie is in 7th place, driving a Techno PA68. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Blanky Frankie is in 7th place, driving a Techno P A68. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise in the top 5. Amy is in 16th place driving a Matra M7. Their lap time is just over 12 seconds, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Gibuogi is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control for now. Jabuogi is leading in a 1966 Matra M7 with a fastest lap of 1:11.082. Looks like they're setting the pace and holding a comfortable lead so far. Vicky is driving a Technopia 68 and is currently in the 18th place. Their fastest lap is 1 minute 12.163 seconds, so they're holding a decent pace but still behind the leaders. The chaotic weirdo is now in first place. Yambalai has climbed to second. Lokshan 7 is in fourth after moving up one spot. Nerikus and Lokshan 7 are nose to tail for fourth place. Veskis is climbing up to sixth. Jackal is making a move, now in eighth. Jackal and Flanky Frankie are locked in a fierce fight for seventh. Amy is driving a 1966 Matra M7 and is currently in the 15th place. She's just a little behind the leaders, but has a quick lap time of 1 minute and 11 seconds. Looks like she's closing the gap. Jackal is climbing to 7th place. Vicky's gaining on Kreisgoffer, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Nahokaos is catching Sovi, closing in by 1.3 seconds. Nerikus is hot on Fuzo's tail now, closing the gap by over 3 seconds. Jackal is creeping up on Veskis, just a little over a second behind. Ebony Shadow is inching closer to Flanky Frankie, reducing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Nuufa Life is gaining on the chaotic weirdo, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Daith Empress just moved up one spot to 9th. Ebony Shadow and the Empress are nose to tail, fighting for 9th place. Rain Kaori is rapidly catching up to Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 9 seconds. Nuufa is inching closer to the chaotic weirdo, just over a second behind now. Veskis is gaining on Lockjaw 7, closing the distance by a little over 2 seconds. Ren Kaori is closing in on Scott Dixon fast, cutting down the gap by 6.7 seconds. Veskis just moved up one spot to take 5th place. Lockjaw 7 and Veskis are now nose to nose in a fierce battle for 5th. Jackal is gaining on Lockjaw 7, closing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Scott Dixon is also making moves, chipping away at Makokhaus's lead by a bit over 1.5 seconds. Novu for Life is gaining on the chaotic weirdo, closing the gap to just a second. Nerikus is hot on Fuzo's tail, closing in by over 1.5 seconds. Exception is creeping closer to me, but still a couple of seconds behind. No for Life is gaining fast on the chaotic weirdo, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Exception is right behind Maya, the distance shrinking steadily. Nerikus is creeping up on Fuzo. Looks like a late race snack. Exception is hot on my tail, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Amy is chasing Excepexion, closing in steadily. This race is heating up. Maya is in 14th place driving a Techno PA68. Her fastest lap is a solid one, 11.527. Looks like she's holding her own among the Techno fleet. The track's tight corners seem to favor the Techno cars, helping Maya and Amy stay close, but the Matra drivers are hanging tough with steady lap times. Alright everyone, it seems like the AI drivers decided to take a little more scenic route today, and found the track a bit tricky to handle. So, we're wrapping up the race a bit early. But don't worry, the points for this race are still official, so keep your eyes on the leaderboard. Thanks for sticking with us through the chaos and unpredictability. Stay tuned for the next race, where hopefully the cars will remember which way is forward. Wow, what a fantastic victory for the chaotic weirdo. Congratulations on smashing that race and taking the win. Looks like your car must have been on some serious autopilot magic today. Well done. Sure thing. Did you know that GTS racing cars are often designed for the perfect mix of speed and style? It's like they want to race fast, while looking fabulous at the same time. Imagine a supercar that can crush the competition, and then turn heads at the same time. Now that's what I call racing fashion. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite AI car. The timer's ticking down, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on the thrill of the race. Alright, this is an interesting matchup. The 2004 Gillet Vertigo is a pretty nimble little car known for its agility and sharp handling. On the other hand, the 2005 Infiniti G35 G22 is more of a muscle car, with a reputation for strong straight-line speed and comfort. Given that Circuit de la Sarthe Vintage has a mix of long straights and tight corners, I'd say the Infiniti's power might give it an edge on the straight sections, but the Vertigo's agility could help it carve through the corners more efficiently. If I had to place a bet, I'd probably lean towards the Infiniti, assuming the AI knows how to exploit its acceleration in the straights and handle the corners well. But hey, in racing, anything can happen, especially when AI is involved. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the iconic Circuit de la Sarthe Vintage. Scott Dixon is starting on pole, driving a 2005 Spiker C8 Spider G2R. Looks like he's ready to make a statement right from the start. Sophie has taken the lead right out of the gate. Scott Dixon is hot on her heels in second place. And I, Maya, am holding on to third for now. The top three are already showing some early moves. Scott Dixon just overtook for the lead. Sophie and I are still nose to nose for second place. Dreletsko just overtook someone to move into fifth place. Hingle McCringleberry and Dreletsko are nose to nose for fifth. Gina Jones is climbing up to seventh, closing in on the pack. Maya is closing in on the leader. Sophie is holding firm in second, but not for long. For Life and Bacho Grande are nose to nose for ninth place. Alex LXJX just moved up one spot to 12th, making some moves. Maya is now in first place, climbing 2 spots. Scott Dixon is right behind in second. Maya and Scott Dixon are battling fiercely for the lead. Singoshi is up 1 spot now in third. Scott Dixon and Maya are nose to tail for the lead. Hingle McCringleberry just overtook someone to grab third place. Drenetsko is making a nice move, climbing 2 spots to fourth. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to second place. Driletsko is also advancing to third. Jackal is making a move and now sits in fourth, closing in. NR Savage is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 22nd. Singoshi is inching up to 5th. Gina Jones is also making progress, now in 6th. LX Natate just climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Orange Funk also moved up 1 spot to 17th. Ixnobodixel and Orange Funk are nose to nose for 17th place. Alex Notate and Sophie are nose to tail for 7th place. Ixnobodixel is climbing up to 16. Orange Funk and Ixnobodixel are swapping paint for 16. Alex Natate just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Alex Nati and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 6th. Thomas Moran and Sen R. Savage are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Jackal is creeping up on Dreletsko, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Gina Jones is making a move on Singoshi, cutting it down by 1.4 seconds. Gina and Singoshi are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Jackal and Dreletsko are nose to nose for 3rd place. Gina Jones is sneaking up 1 spot to 5th. Singoshi and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 5th. Singoshi advances to 5th place. Alexia Natwit also climbs to 6th. Sophie is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Orange Funk is really having a rough time, dropping 6 places to 25th. Alexei Xtatue is climbing steadily up to 5th place. Move for Life and Bacho Grande are locked in a close fight for 9th. Orange Funk is on a tier, overtaking 24 cars to grab the lead. Maya and Orange Funk are nose-to-tail fighting for the top spot. Gina Jones and Singoshi are locked in a close duel for 7th place. Maya is now in 1st place. Ingoma Kringleberry has moved up to 2nd. Let's Go is in 3rd. The race is heating up. Jacko is gaining on Let's Go, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Alex Septina is catching up to Jacko, trimming the distance by 1.5 seconds. Amy is inching closer to Singoshi, narrowing the gap by just over a second. Mutuba is charging ahead, overtaking 18 cars to claim the lead. Maya and Mutube are locked in a close fight for 1st place. Thomas Moran is climbing steadily, just 1 spot behind the top 20. Maya is now in 1st place. Ingo McCringleberry has moved up to 2nd. Let's Go is in 3rd. The race is heating up. Congratulations, Maya. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Who knew you'd be the one crossing the finish line first? Wow, what an incredible race. Congratulations to Maya for taking the win. You really drove like the champion you are. And Maya, with the fastest lap, you get to claim that sleek 1999 Ford Mustang SV TSCCA. Not a bad prize for ripping up the track, huh? Great job, everyone. This was a close one. Alright, everyone. The clock's about to run out. So if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make that decision. Don't let your pick slip away just because you hesitated. Get those choices in before it's too late. Here's a fun fact about the 1965 BRMP261. It was one of the last Formula One cars to feature a fan-assisted tire system. BRM actually used a high-speed fan to help cool the brakes and increase grip, making it a pretty clever piece of engineering for its time. Imagine racing with a built-in fan to keep your tires happy. Oh wow, this is a classic showdown. Sophie's got that vintage charm in the Brabham, which is definitely a solid choice for a race on Buxton. But K-Bumper's Ferrari 158 is a fierce competitor, especially with its racing pedigree from the era. I'd say it's going to be a close call, but honestly I think K-Bumper's Ferrari might have that extra bit of speed and agility to pull ahead. Still, Sophie's car has character and maybe a surprise up its sleeve. Let's see which vintage beast takes the checkered flag. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Buxton. Titus 61 is starting on pole in a 1962 Porsche 804, even though he's racing in the F1 1960 class. Let's see if that classic car can hold up against the modern AI challengers. Hingle near Kringleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. Titus 61 is holding strong in second place, while Jackal is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a good start for the top three. Titus 61 just overtook Jackal to take the lead. Jackal is not giving up easily though. They're still close behind. This race is heating up with those two battling for the top spot. Hingle Me Kringleberry is climbing to second place. Scott Dixon is making his way to fourth. K-Bumper is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by over a second. K-Bumper and I are locked in a tight duel for eighth. Jackal is now in second place. Jordan F has moved into fourth. Cloudy is now in sixth. The race is heating up. Cloudy and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for fifth place. K-Bumper just snuck into eighth and is trying to hold off Justin Blix for seventh. Jackal is closing in on Tidy 61, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Kaboomper has moved up one spot to 7th place. Justin Gilks and Kaboomper are now in a tight battle for 7. Whip 3 out 25 is climbing fast into 7th place. Cloudy's right behind, both fighting for 6th. New for Life and Krishka nose to tail for 12th. Whip 3 out 25 just sneaked into 6th place. New for Life is climbing fast, now in 11th. Cloudy is really dropping back now down to 16th place. Jackal and Titus 61 are nose to nose at the front for the lead. Jordan F. and Hingle McCringleberry are also locked in a close fight for 3rd. Jackal is now in 1st place. Jordan F. has climbed to 2nd. Whip 3 out 25 has moved into 4th. The race is heating up. New for Life just overtook Justin Gilks for 8th place. Sovi is closing in on 10th, making things interesting behind them. TT61 is climbing to 2nd place. Sovi is making a move up 2 spots to 8th. New for Life and Sovi are locked in a close fight for 8th. Sovi is climbing up to 7th place. Justin Gilks is now in 10th. TPKPA has moved into 13th. The race is heating up. Justin Gilks is climbing to 9th place. TPKPA is catching up to 12th. Cloudy is closing in on Vicky, cutting the gap by over a second. Justin Gilks is now in 8th place, closing the gap with Kaboomper. They're still neck and neck for that position. Gina Jones is climbing up to 13th, making some moves. Gina Jones and TPKPA are nose to nose for the 12th place. Cloudy is chipping away at Vicky's lead, closing in by over a second. Whip 3 out 25 just overtook someone to claim 3rd place. Sovi is climbing 2 spots to 5th. Kaboomper is making moves up to 8th. Kaboomper and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 7th. Whip 3 out 25 is gaining on Titus 61, but still a bit behind. Sovi is closing in on Jordan F. quickly. Kaboomper just moved up 1 spot to 7th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. Kaboomper and Hingle are still nose to nose for that 7th spot. Justin Gilks is also making progress, now in 9th place. Whip 3 out 25 just sneaked into 2nd place. Jordan F. is now in 3rd. Kaboomper is climbing to 7th. Kaboomper and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 6th. Kaboomper is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 4th place. Krish is also making moves, jumping 3 places to 8th. Jackal is having a tough time, dropping 9 positions to 10th. Move Life is charging through the field, now in 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. TPKPA is making a move, climbing up 9 positions by passing 4 cars. Cloudy is also on the rise, moving up 3 spots to 14. New for Life is climbing fast into second place. T to 61 and K-Boomer are locked in a close fight for third. Keshi's gaining ground, moving into fifth. Wow, Whip 3 out 25 really showed everyone what they're made of. Great job on winning the race. You must be feeling pretty proud right now. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and quick maneuvering. Since the LEGO Speed Champions track is likely to be tight and colorful with lots of sharp turns, a car that can handle those curves without losing speed would be ideal. Acceleration is important too, because you want to zip through those small sections quickly. But overall, nimbleness and precise handling will be the keys to success here. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking and you don't want to miss out on the fun. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow, this is quite the throwback showdown. The Lancia LC2 from 1985 versus the Mercedes-Benz C11 from 1990. Both are iconic, though the Mercedes usually had a bit more aerodynamics and power on its side. But hey, in a LEGO Speed Champions race, who knows if the scale and design quirks might throw a curveball? If I had to put my money down, I'd say Sophie's Mercedes might have the edge with its sleek design and known performance, even in a tiny LEGO world. But don't count Amy out, especially if her LEGO Lancia has some secret speed boost hidden in its tiny engine. This race is anyone's game, so I'm excited to see how it all unfolds. Stay tuned! Alright everyone, strap in because Group C is about to blast off at the LEGO Speed Champions track. Our pole sitter is none other than the legendary 1989 Nissan R89C, setting the pace from the front. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead or if the pack will catch up. Right at the start, Scott Dixon is leading the pack, Gina Jones is holding second, and I am holding on to third. Let's see if I can keep up, or if the others will make a move. Jackal and I are nose to tail for third place. Sovi and Fish to Husky are also locked in a close fight for sixth. Mary Dar just gained a spot and is now eighth. Amy just overtook someone to move into third place. Maya and Amy are nose to tail for third. Abigail Killens is climbing up to 8. Gina Jones is driving a 1985 Lancia LC2, a classic Group C car known for its sleek design and impressive aerodynamics. She's holding on to second place, staying close behind Scott Dixon, and seems to be maintaining a steady pace. Athena CNC is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Amy is closing in on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Fish the Husky just moved up 1 spot to 5th, making some moves. Jackal is driving the Jaguar XJR12, a classic Group C racer known for its speed and reliability. They're currently in the middle of the pack in 4th place, so they're holding steady but need to pick up the pace to challenge the leaders. Fish the Husky is driving a 1990 Jaguar XJR12. They're currently in 6th place and seem to be holding steady, but no major moves yet. Zovi is dropping like a stone to 13th place. Athena CNC is climbing up to 6. Mermuda is also moving up to 7. Looks like the pack is tightening. The tight corners seem to favor the Lancias and Pugiats, but the Nissan and Jaguar are hanging in there despite the track's demands. The track's tight corners seem to favor the Lancias and Pugiats, but the Nissan is holding steady despite the slower lap. Amy is driving a 1985 Lancia LC2, currently in 3rd place. She's faster than the leader but still chasing that top spot. Looks like she's got a good shot at the podium if she keeps this pace. The Group C cars are close in speed, but the track favors the Nissan R89C and Peugeot 905 with their quick laps. The Toyota 88CV is holding steady, despite a slightly slower pace. Overall, car class seems balanced, but track conditions might be favoring certain chassis and setups. Jackal's got the fastest lap, but he's in 4th place. Looks like he's saving some pace for a late push. Scott Dixon's Peugeot 905 is leading the race with a strong start. He's currently in 1st place, and his fastest lap is 1:16.149, showing solid pace. Looks like he's maintaining control at the front. Maya is closing in on Amy and has cut the gap by over a second. Athena CNC is climbing to 5th place. Mir Mudar is also moving up to 6th. Athena CNC is climbing to 4th place. New for Life is now 7. Hingham McCringleberry is in 8. Looks like everyone's making moves today. Vicky just sneaked into 8th place. Ixajax is right behind in 9th. Looks like a little push is happening. Fish the Huskies gaining fast on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the distance by 7.7 seconds. Sophie is inching closer to Velocitor 14, cutting down the gap by 2.6 seconds. Maya's Nissan R89C started in the lead but is now in 6th place. Fastest lap time is over a second slower than the leaders, so the pace is a bit off. Looks like a tough race for her so far. Athena CNC is on fire, moving up 3 spots to take the lead. Scott Dixon is dropping back, now in 8th place after losing 7 positions. Gina Jones is also struggling, falling back 8 spots to 10th. Wow, Maya, you must be a speed demon. Congratulations on winning the race. Now everyone knows who's really in the lead. Congratulations, Maya. That was an incredible win. You really know how to dominate the track. Well done. And a big shout out to Jackal for snagging the fastest lap. That 1990 Jaguar XJR12 Group C is a stunning machine. Amy, you took home the victory in the bet race. The 1985 Lancia LC2 Group C is a classic that's just waiting to turn heads. And new for life with the most overtakes, you earn yourself the 1992 Peugeot 905 Group CC. That's some serious skill navigating through the chaos. Great racing, everyone! Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you waited too long. Get those selections in before it's too late. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. Both cars from the same year, but I gotta give a slight edge to Shoebox TV with the Penske PC3. It's a bit more aerodynamic and might handle those vintage corners a tad better. Aussie 222's Brabham BT 45 is a beauty and has its own charm. But in this race, I think Shoebox TV's car might just squeeze out the win. Let's see if the AI can surprise us though. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Donington Park Vintage with the F1 1976 cars. Jackal is on pole in a classic Hesketh 308D from 1976. Let's see if that old school charm can hold off the pack. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. Jackal is hot on his tail in second place. Sovi is holding strong in third, but expects some early battles to shake things up. Dovi is now in first place, inching ahead of Hingle McCringleberry, who is right behind. Move for Life has climbed to third, closing the gap. The top three are all bunched up and ready to clash. Ranking in number 92 is driving the Fittipaldi FD04, currently in 10th place. Looks like they're holding steady, but no real fight yet. Aussie 22 is holding off Shoebox TV for 5th place. Vanone 1857 and Team Tenatia are locked in a close fight for 17th. Shoebox TV and Jackal are nose to tail for 4th place. Lord Buttrill and Aussie 2002 are swapping positions every lap for 6th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 10th, leaving some behind. Shoebox TV is climbing up to 4th place. Vicky and Amy are nose to nose for 12th. Jada Anburn and Vicky are also neck and neck for 13. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Sovi, and they are battling for the lead. Shoebox TV is making a move and has climbed up to 3rd place. Caffeinated Car is driving a Fittipaldi FD04. They're currently in the 15th place and seem to be climbing up the ranks. Looks like they're brewing some progress. Team Tenatia is running a Fittipaldi FD04. They're currently in 15th place, so not quite making waves but staying in the mix. GamerBoss 72 is in the last quarter of the field with a Brabham BT45. Looks like they're struggling to keep up and haven't made any moves yet. Ozea Wood 1002 is holding on to 5th place, but Jackal is right behind him. Lord Buttrill and Ozea 2002 are also close in 6th. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Hingle McCringleberry and Sovi are neck and neck at the front. Lord Buttrill and Aussie 22 are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Vicky and Amy are battling hard for the 13th spot. Gina Jones is making a strong push, climbing 3 spots to 6. Vicky is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 11. Hingle McCringleberry is holding the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st place. Gina Jones and Lord Buttrill are nose to tail for 5th place. Vanone 1857 just nudged up to 16th. Yamchabi Panda and Vanone 1857 are locked in a close fight for 16th. Lord Buttrill and Jackal are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. Anarchizix is chopping down the distance to Scott Dixon, now just 1 second behind. Gina Jones and Lord Buttrill are nose to tail for 5th place. Scott Dixon and EM Chubby Panda are locked in a close fight for 17th. Lord Buttrill just held off Jackal for 4th place. Maya and Exclusively Gox are still neck and neck for 7th. Amy and Caffeinated Car are trading positions for 13th. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Exclusiva Gox and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 7th place. Looks like a battle to watch. Amy and Caffeinated Car are locked in a close fight for 13th, not giving an inch. Maya is climbing up to 4th place. Exclusiva Gox is now in 7th after gaining 1 spot. Aussie Twota 10 and 2 is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by a full second. Wrath 92 is driving a Fittipaldi FD04 and is currently in the 13th place. Their fastest lap is quite slow compared to others, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Maya and Nonstop for Life are neck and neck for 3rd place. Gina Jones just overtook someone to climb into 7th. Maya is closing in on the leader, trying to make a move. Aussie 22 just overtook Exclusive Avax for 8th place. Vicky and Jade Anburn are still neck and neck for 10th. No clear winner yet. Well, look at that. Hingle McCringleberry just took the checkered flag. Clearly, the race was a walk in the park for them. Congratulations on the victory. Well, look at that. Hingle McCringleberry. You've done it again. Winning the race and snagging the fastest lap impressively. Congratulations. You definitely earned that victory lap. And now you get to claim the beautiful 1976 Tyrrell 07. Nice choice. And as for me, I managed to pull off the most overtakes today. I guess I'll be taking home the sleek 1976 McLaren M26. Guess I'll have to work on my racing finesse for next time. But hey, overtaking is kind of my thing at the moment. Great race, everyone. Can't wait to see what happens next.